Commission for the financial year ended 30th June 2023. The annual report of the Kenya Law Reform Commission for financial year 2022-2023. The National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for financial year 2022-2023. The National Government Budget Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year for the 3 months for the financial year 2023-2024. The County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the first quarter for financial year 2023-2024. The 11th report on the status of the public service compliance with the values and principles in the Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution for financial year 2022-2023. The third annual report of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner for financial year 2022-2023. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Mandera Water Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2023. The report of the Auditor General on financial statements of Northern Water Works Development Authority for the year ended 30th June 2023. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Elwak Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2023. Thank you. I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 14th February 2024. The report of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds on non-remittance of pension deductions to the pension schemes by the county government entities. I table.
Next order. Yes, Senator Okongo, proceed to lay your paper.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 14th of February 2024. Report of the National Dialogue Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson on County Public Investment and Special Funds.
Notice of motion on the report of the Select Committee on the County Public Investments and Special Funds on non-remittance of pension deductions to the pension schemes by the county government entities. That the Senate adopts the report of the Select Committee on the County Public Investments and Special Funds on non-remittance of pension deductions to the pension schemes by the county government entities laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 14th February 2024.
Yes, Senator Mugeni, you need to give notice to the report that you've just laid.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That the Senate adopts the report of the National Dialogue Committee laid on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 14th February 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I request that you direct that the report on the National Dialogue Committee be circulated to members? They don't seem to have it.
Yeah, the report is being circulated as proceedings are ongoing. So each and every senator should be able to get a copy in the shortest time possible, starting from now. Next order, clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate on motions.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move the following motion that pursuant to Standing Order number 1111, the Senate resolves that the debate on the motion not sponsored by the majority or minority party or a committee shall be limited in the following manner: that a maximum of 3 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover, 20 minutes for the majority party official responder, 20 minutes for the minority party official responder, and 15 minutes for each other senator speaking. And further, that 15 minutes before the time expires, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is now the third session, and this is a motion which is procedural, that is obvious to all members in the House today. I therefore don't want to belabor in moving this motion by way of trying to justify. I therefore appeal to colleagues to support this motion, and I call upon Senator for Narok to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the limitation of debate. I think it's imperative that we prioritize business so that we can be able to make sure that we make progress. We have a lot, and taking into consideration the meeting of all the chairpersons, the liaison committees, in terms of business of this House, I think it would be imperative for us to put all those things together and make sure that we can be able to achieve quite a lot. There's a lot that Kenyans expect from us, particularly on the issue of accountability. So when we limit debate on motions or bills that are not sponsored by the government or the majority or the minority side, it allows us to be able to make progress and also be able to give all senators an opportunity to deliver and to do the work that they came to do here. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 1111, the Senate resolved that the debate on the motion not sponsored by the majority or minority party or a committee shall be limited in the following manner: a maximum of 3 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover, 20 minutes for the majority party official responder, 20 minutes for the majority party official responder, and 15 minutes for each other senator speaking. And further, that 15 minutes before the time expires, the mover shall be called upon to reply. You may now make your contribution, or we may, through consensus, allow me to proceed to put the question. Having obtained your consensus, honorable senators, I will now proceed to put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 1111, the Senate resolves that debate on a motion not sponsored by the majority or minority party or a committee shall be limited in the following manner. A maximum of 3 hours, with not more than 20 minutes for the mover, 20 minutes for the majority party official responder, 20 minutes for the minority party official responder, and 15 minutes for each other senator speaking. And further, that 15 minutes before the time expires, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on adjournment motion.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move motion number 9, being a procedural motion on the limitation of debate on adjournment motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order number 1114, the debate on any motion for adjournment of the Senate to a day other than the next normal sitting day, in accordance with the calendar of the senator, shall be limited to a maximum of 2 hours, with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, after which the Senate shall adjourn without question being put. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, this is a procedural motion which is clear to all the senators. I therefore will not belabor it and wish to move the motion, and would like to request...
Senator Bonny,
yes.
You haven't concluded...
Sorry. Sorry. I'm
yes,
sorry,
you
sir.
haven't concluded moving the motion.
Sorry, the comma was, shall adjourn without question being put, provided that when the period of recess proposed by any such a motion does not exceed 9 calendar days, the debate shall be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes and shall be confined to the question of adjournment. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is again a procedural motion, and which is quite clear to the entire House, and I do not want to belabor it. I therefore move the motion and request the Honorable Senator Beatrice Akinyi to second the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1114, the debate on any motion for the adjournment of the Senate to a day other than the next normal sitting day in accordance with the calendar of the Senate shall be limited to a maximum of 2 hours, with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, after which the Senate shall adjourn without question put. Provided that when the period of recess proposed by any such motion does not exceed 9 calendar days, the debate shall be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes and shall be confined to the question of adjournment. Now, Honorable Senators, again, I may give you an opportunity to make contribution to this motion. However, with your consensus, we may proceed very well, Senator Enoch.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor the point. The motion has been moved, it has been seconded. I am in support of that motion. I'm in support of the first motion on a limitation of debate. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I want to ask, now that we have limited time that we use to debate motions, then can I just request colleagues that we sparingly use Standing Order 111? Because we have already limited the time, and the business committee, in their wisdom, have allocated time that they think is fair for debate, meaningful debate on any matter, on any motion. So can I request my colleagues that we sparingly use Standing Order 111? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Senators, I will proceed to put the question, but before I put the question, it is my determination that this matter does not affect counties, and therefore voting shall be by voice. Now I proceed to put the question. The notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 111-4, the debate on any motion for the adjournment of the Senate to a day other than the next normal sitting day in accordance with the calendar of the Senate shall be limited to a maximum of 2 hours with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, after which the Senate shall adjourn without question put, provided that when the period of recess proposed by any such motion does not exceed 9 calendar days, the debate shall be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes and shall be confined to the question of adjournment. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, procedural motion, limitation of debate on the motion on the President's address to Parliament.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move motion number 10, being a procedural motion of limitation of debate on the motion on the President's address to Parliament. That, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 27-6, the Senate resolves that the debate on the motion on the President's address to Parliament shall be limited to a maximum of 3 sitting days with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, excluding the mover in moving and replying, who shall be limited to 30 minutes in either case, and that the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader shall be limited to 30 minutes each. Mr. Speaker, as I move this motion, may I remind the House that according to our standing orders, specifically Standing Order number 1, business of Parliament is discharged in accordance with those standing orders and also in keeping with the tradition and practice of this House. Mr. Speaker, since we promulgated the new constitution in 2010, it has been the practice that the President addresses a joint sitting of our 2 houses during the months of February and March. And Mr. Speaker, there's wisdom to this, because this is at the beginning of the session, and therefore the President sets his agenda in the speech, which hopefully can inform debate going forward, and hopefully which can prepare the houses on how the President wants to guide the development agenda of the country. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the last speech was done in the month of November, which was towards the tail end of the session. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this will not be repeated, that the President will make time to be here either this month or next month and set his agenda. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the country is currently hurting because of the hard economic times that Kenyans are going through. And therefore, Kenyans will be eager to hear what the President will tell this Parliament, so that this Parliament can help him to make sure that we unlock the challenges that are facing our people. But having said this, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans should spend a bit of time listening to the majority of this House, both in the House and outside, because we are the only ones who are attempting to tell them the truth. Mr. Speaker, we told them the truth, that the prices of petrol would start coming down. Mr. Speaker, it is now happening. We told them that the prices of unga would start coming down. Mr. Speaker, is down to 140 shillings and is continuing to fall. Mr. Speaker, we told them that the exchange rate of the dollar would start going down. Mr. Speaker, it has dropped from 163, now it is down at 158. So they better be listening to us, who would rather be telling the truth than listen to my colleagues who are very good at putting on metallic hats, referred to sometimes as sufuria. It is a nice thing for drama, but let's speak to Kenyans knowing that the pain they are feeling, we are also feeling it.
Order, Senator Nyonka. Senator Boni,
thank you.
Kindly confine yourself to moving the motion.
Yes, which is what I'm doing, Mr. Speaker.
No, you're not.
I therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I stand guided. I therefore want to take this opportunity to invite the distinguished senator from Tana River, Senator Mungatana, to second the motion. Oh, you're waiting for Eddie.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Government Whip, the Honorable Senator Boni Khalwale, an old man, very respected man in this Senate, for giving me the opportunity to second this motion. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion, and I second it having looked at what South Africa did in their parliament. I observed very, very carefully what they call the SONA in South Africa. This is the annual address by His Excellency, the President of that country, to the Parliament, and they raise issues, very many issues, and then the opposition is given an opportunity to also respond, and then the debate continues for 3 days like we are proposing to do here. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take long, but I found it extremely nice that President Cyril Ramaphosa was seated there, Mr. Speaker, as the members of Parliament kept on saying this and that, some in support, some against. Now, our setup is different because our president is not a member of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House, both houses, allow the Speaker to extend and make arrangements for His Excellency to come, even just as a visitor. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just thinking, as I'm supporting this motion, that after the address, the formal address of the joint sitting, maybe it would be a good thing to consider that in one of the days, His Excellency the President will find time to come and sit in the House just to listen to what members are saying about his address, and to find time to go to the National Assembly in one of the 3 days to also listen, just to listen to what the members are saying. Mr. Speaker, when I was watching Ramaphosa taking the blows, you know, from this other side, and then when I was watching him taking the cheers from this other side, by the time the man, he took blows this side, when he was coming out, he was straight. He had listened to both sides, Mr. Speaker. And I think it will be a very good practice if this year the President can come one day seated, listen to the address on the other side, and then go to the National Assembly to this one of the days, so that we can have a beginning of this nation for this year in a manner that says, we have issues, yes, but we have successes, yes, but we are one country, we are one nation. Let us achieve the legislative agenda that I have set before the Senate and the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I believe this would be a good thing. Otherwise, I rise to second, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Now, honorable senators, I will proceed to propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 27-6, the Senate resolves that the debate on the motion on the presidential address shall be limited to a maximum of 3 sitting days with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, excluding the mover in moving and replying, who shall be limited to 30 minutes in either case, and that the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader shall be limited to 30 minutes each. Now, you may proceed to make your contribution. However, if I have your consensus, I may proceed to put the question. Which way? Senator Ediokech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and actually I rise to support this. It's only that I hold a contrary opinion. I wish that we could limit this to 2 minutes of debates and 1 day. Because the essence of Article 132, Mr. Speaker, has lost meaning in this country. And you actually even saw when the majority whip was presenting, rather moving this motion, you see the kind of sense of righteousness and the thinking that the president's address is actually final, that there's nothing to be debated about it, that is a correct position. In fact, the intention of Article 132 was such that anytime the president addresses the nation, it's a reporting mechanism to the nation and to us as parliament, such that we can be able to interrogate, we can be able to scrutinize, and we can be able to input so that some adjustments could be made. But if we have got a country whereby you feel like what you have said is final and the direction you have taken is the direction, then this is what classical politicians like Clinton used to call a broken clock is right twice a day. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should even be bold enough, if you can amend that motion, to say that we limit that debate to literally the day of that address, or 1 day after that address, and let it be it, and let the president continue, because we have debated a number of times reports by the president, we have debated a number of times addressed by the president, but no changes are made from that debate. So what is the sense of that debate? Is it just a platform for lamentation? Is it just a platform for battling each other? I desire a Senate whereby we can be able to meet in terms of different opinions and share them in a way that builds a nation. But if it becomes a theater of opposition versus government all the time, then there's nowhere the country is going. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise, and I wanted to wish the majority whip the courage on behalf of the House Business Committee, the courage to actually just be bold, if not scrap off the entire conversation, then just limit it to just 2 minutes comments. Like majority can say, I was there, I saw the president, it was very nice, I've missed the president. You know, just simple comments on this matter and not make it a debate at all. Because debates are things that are supposed to input and change some conversations. So I support, but we should have the courage to change it, not to 15 minutes, not to 3 days. Those 3 days will be very important for this House to do a lot of work, you know, in passing the amazing bills that my sister, Senator Tabitha, has brought in this House on agriculture, amazing bills that my sister, Senator Veronica, is bringing into this House. Senator Mungatana brings very wonderful bills here to be passed. We have got more meaning in helping those bills pass than discussing the president's speech here that doesn't go anywhere, that doesn't input, that makes you just feel self-righteous, that doesn't make any contribution to the president change, doesn't change his mind, doesn't change the mind of the cabinet. Let us not debate it. So I will support with amendments, if possible, to limit it to 2 minutes and 1 day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also like to support. Indeed, it is important that when the president comes to the House and gives the roadmap that government wants to take, it is an important opportunity for us as legislators to look at the gaps, to look at the framework that's supposed to be put in place, and most importantly, to explain to our people, to our constituents, we will present what the government intends to do, how it intends to do, and most importantly also maybe put the legislative framework that is needed. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also the high time that we changed our mentality. Instead of looking at it as them versus us, we must look at it as a nation. We must look at it as a people who are constructively engaging so that we can improve the livelihood and the economy, and most importantly, improve and enrich the democratic space that is given and provided for in our Constitution. When the President comes to the House and gives a roadmap, it is something that gives us an opportunity to discuss, to unleash it, and even maybe criticize what we feel could be done differently. Mr. Speaker, sir, discussing what the President intends to do is indeed one of the ways that ensures that public participation, that ensures the Constitution of Kenya is safeguarded, because we are given the opportunity to do that. I therefore think that it is paramount that we as legislators come and put our heads together and moving forward, maybe even come up with a suggestion, because this country belongs to us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I am in support of the motion, but I also want to advance or progress the argument put forward by Senator Mugatana, my neighbor from Tana River. To speak on the matter of this President's address to Parliament, it is not a matter of just ticking boxes. You realize I'm the Speaker, and I want to educate the Senator for Kakamega, the majority whip, so that he may stop thinking about sufurias and put his mind on more important things like the address of the President. It is a very, very important thing, because Senator Halwale and the House, when you look at Article 132 that Senator Eddie is making reference to, the functions of the President, you realize that in fact the first function of the President is to address Parliament. It is a serious thing. It is not a small matter, Mr. Speaker. And I think that draws from Chapter 1 of the Constitution on sovereignty of the people, which says the sovereign power under this Constitution is delegated to the following state organs, which shall perform their functions in accordance with this Constitution. And the first state organ there is Parliament. So, Speaker, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the President's address to Parliament is not a matter that we are just going to limit to 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 3 days. It is a matter that we need to take a little bit more seriously. And how would we do this? Mr. Speaker, in this session, in this year, because the President will address Parliament in this year, we must find a way of getting the President to sit in Parliament at the time of giving the speech and during the time of debate on his speech. The Speaker, because we are a bicameral Parliament, and so we don't want the President to be shuttling between the Senate and the National Assembly, and because the address itself is being done jointly, then I would propose, Mr. Speaker, and the technical team should advise us on this. Why then can we have a situation where, as the President addresses the joint sitting of Parliament, he sits in that joint sitting for the 3 consecutive days to follow debate by both houses of parliament. In which case, the Speaker, then we will begin to add value to governance. And the President will be getting information and advice from members of the National Assembly and members of the Senate, one-on-one, without having to follow through newspapers or media reports. The Speaker, let us take Article 132 a lot more seriously on the functions of the President. Let's take the sovereignty of the people of Kenya a lot more seriously, because we are the people, we are the leaders that the people of Kenya have delegated the power and their sovereignty to on matters legislation. So, Speaker, I support.
Senator Wakili Hillary.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity also to support the motion that has been laid down by the majority whip. And from the very onset, Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Senator from Kitui told this House with regards to the provision of the Constitution, Article 1 and Article 132 is very important, to the extent that this power is donated to the organ of the presidency. And that is the main reason why address to Parliament by the President is important at the beginning of every elected Parliament and once every year. That underscores the importance of that particular address. And that address, Mr. Speaker, is so sacrosanct to this House and to the people of Kenya who donated the power to the government of the day. When my friend Senator A.D. talks about 2 minutes, he's trivializing that speech. He's trivializing the importance of that debate, because it is not about those who will support or those who will go against. It is an opportunity that gives this House to debate on the speech, because that speech talks about the promises made, what has been done, what has been achieved, and what has not been achieved, including the plans which are ahead for purposes of delivering to the people of Kenya. And therefore, when the House decides to debate, it is about supporting and criticizing the speech that the President at any given time when he is supposed to address the House is made. And therefore, the duration which is given is also objective. It doesn't make sense, therefore, to say we just spare 2 minutes of that time. The Honorable Senator Okech once given an opportunity. In fact, the 2 minutes is not sufficient for him to do the preliminaries before he criticizes, if any, such a speech whenever the President addresses. And therefore, when we debate, let us debate so that we achieve the mandate of the House by criticizing where necessary and enhancing very objective debate on the speech of the President at any given time that he addresses the House. I equally want to also support the proposition that where possible, and if it means amending the relevant provisions of the law, it would be very key and important where the President sits through the sessions when that speech is being debated by the Houses. It will not only give the Parliament an opportunity to have a conversation, it will give us as members of this House also an opportunity to look to whatever debate that we are going to do. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and I rest.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, Article 132, which gives the President an opportunity to appear in the House and give a national address, goes on in its sub-article 2, sub-article 1.3, that report in address in the nation on all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to Article 10. So Article 10 is key in this address, and Article 10 gives direction in very many things on governance. And Article 10 talks about mainly part of the things such as public participation, whereby even the government itself can do direct public participation to the people before it brings a legislative proposal here. And again, when we now make regulations as to how long each one of us will contribute, this address is supposed to be so key and so important, as it also goes into the policy and what the country and the nation intends to do in the following 1 year. Mr. Speaker, this is such a serious matter that once the President addresses, then I agree with Honorable Mugatana. It is very prudent that the President also finds time to get a direct feedback from the legislators, because, Mr. Speaker, that sets the country into a motion, and probably that's where we've been going wrong. The President will get an opportunity to hear the majority side, and the President will also get an opportunity to hear the minority side personally, and following the proceedings, not be briefed by others. And the fact that he appears personally, then it is important for him also to get a response personally. And I think that's a practice we need to adopt so that this address and this motion becomes meaningful and sets the country into the right track at the right time. And most probably, you see, there are many legislators in this house who are very specified in certain areas. There are engineers here who really help in roads, water, reservation, and things like that. There are financial experts here who will probably advise the country better and will not have gone into this, very expensive cost of living and making Kenyans feel, very aggrieved if such had been shared in this, probably the President and the government, because the moment we address the President, we are also addressing his Minister for Finance and others. Then the government is set in the right mood and the right motion as it is required under Article 10. And then the national values, finally, Mr. Speaker, are so important that that's what all we should follow. The fight against corruption. I'm sure you'll get very good proposals. The budgeting process, the budgets, what needs to be allocated to where. And the worst of it, Mr. Speaker, is that corruption is what messes up completely the economy of this country. We budget for corruption. We budget, a few people take that money into their pockets, the rest suffer. And worst of it is if you overtax the middle class, then you have killed the hustlers, because the middle class is the one which supports the hustlers. At the moment you mistreat the middle class, it's a sure way of exiting from government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do rise to support this motion by my brother, the majority whip. And I say that Article 1(2) is very clear, which talks about representation of the people by the elected leaders. As leaders, the presidential address feedback gives us an opportunity to be able to have the reality feel of the discussions in terms of what the president has been able to share and put across according to the manifesto that was done during the election time. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, because then it gives members or leaders in both houses an opportunity to be able to address facts in a more diplomatic and in a more leadership style, unlike what we've seen previously that has been happening. This is the best platforms that Kenyans should know. Then there is room for a national level executive discussion that comes from a presidential level to the members who are elected, so that there is mutual understanding and also there is a level of getting to the bottom of the facts. I just had my brother Senator from Makwiny, Senator Manzo, talking about looking at budgets, but what makes it funny is that when he talks about budgeting for corruption, And then I wonder from the side that we come from, of course, representing the government, does the opposition look at working through budgeting on corruption? Because when an elected senator talks about budgets on corruption, it leaves a lot to be desired, because then you wonder from which perspective then he looks at things. He's entitled to his opinion, but as an elected leader, a lot is left questionable, you know. We have had different executives also who represent the government, especially from the ministerial point, having platforms to appear in this parliament. But they also answer to the president. So it is in that platform during these addresses that members can also be able to escalate further issues and be able to have proper discussions as far as when the president is in the house. The best formula, in my opinion, would be within those 3 days of the presidential discussion, a day should be set where the president appears in the National Assembly and has a day with the members of the National Assembly. And a day that is set that the president also is in Senate and has a platform with all the senators. Because all the 67 senators represent the Republic of Kenya, despite the political side that we come from. But the agenda and the constitution that we uphold is a constitution for this country. It's not a constitution for Dr. William Ruto. It's a constitution for this country. And the best results that we give to our generations and the generations to come is to be able to have facts that can also be addressed. You realize most of the time that we are having this input, you realize, yes, that we know there's a bit of repeat of the same discussion. But when the debate is narrowed to a fewer minutes, then it gives members a platform to be able to just tackle the issues that have not been tackled. I want to agree with Senator Eddie, one of the good senators in the House, that at times the platform is used for lamentation. Kenyans did not give us this opportunity to lament. Kenyans gave this opportunity because we are the change makers. We are the ones to shape the generations to be. So in a nutshell, I support this motion and look forward that we'll not use it to lament. On the timeline that Dr. Boni had talked about, that the president should appear within the timeline that is in the month of April, then that should be so that we pride in upholding our constitution as leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to have an opportunity to contribute for such an insightful and indeed a good motion. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I would like to recommend and request my colleagues in this House is that anytime we have something that is good, whether it's brought by government or whether it's brought by our side, please let us listen to each other and let us try and look for a middle ground. In the West, they call it the bipartisanship, the ability for us to look at what is good between us as leaders, because we agree on those things that would benefit Kenyans most. If we find that there are things we can disagree on, Mr. Speaker, those ones we can then put onto the side and kind of move along, because sometimes democracy is back and forth. The other issue I would like to raise here, Mr. Speaker, is that I would like to encourage my colleagues here that democracy, this thing we call democracy, is not that the winner must take it all. Sometimes it's a give and take. And an idea like this, Mr. Speaker, if it is necessary for us initially maybe to start listening to the president when he makes his speech, his annual address to the nation, if it means we listen to him for 2 days, I don't think there's a problem with that. Neither would it worry many of us if we did it for 2 days. The other issue that I am comfortable, I'm looking forward to as a senator in this House and as a leader, is that I would like, in order for us, Mr. Speaker, as members of the opposition, to be given an opportunity to reconstitute shadow cabinetry. In other words, you find the way the current government and system is set up, we need to have our side also having people who can take many of our cabinet members, many of the government cabinet members to task on issues, even when they come to this house to answer questions. I think it is also important that if we had a shadow cabinet, you would find that many of our members have the capacity to challenge or even to raise critical questions about our country and the issues which are coming out. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the point that I feel I need to emphasize. I have seen the comments and the contributions that my colleagues have made, and there's a likelihood that those who are in government are going to feel that such an opportunity will make we in the opposition come here to rant at the president and ridicule him and try and pass him and talk about him in bad light. I don't think that is really the purpose of this exercise. I think Kenya as a country is highly respected regionally for one simple reason. People know that I will take an opportunity, I will criticize the government, I will criticize the president, so long as it's not personally. And basically, they will understand. But in other countries, that never happens, Mr. Speaker. So I think the opportunity of us having an opportunity where we sit in the house and the president is sitting somewhere and is listening to these contributions of the issues affecting our country makes Kenya a better place to live and a better place to work. And for us leaders, it will give us an opportunity to make Kenyans feel that we are actually a united front in trying to solve their problems. Mr. Speaker, we should try our level best and make sure that we do not permanently subdivide our country where it is for and those are against. Sometimes it's in between. Sometimes we carry each other, sometimes we encourage each other, and sometimes we go our separate ways. But we are better off when we are Kenyans and we look at this country that we love dearly and we want to succeed so that we leave it for posterity and our children. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion passionately. Thank you, sir.
Senator Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Ningependa vile vile kuongeza sauti na mchango wangu kwa mchakato wa muda utakaochukua rais kuhutubia jamii ya Kenya, na vile vile sisi kama viongozi wa jumbe katika bunge la Senate kutoa michango yetu. Kwangu Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba isiwe kwamba rais anapohutubia nchi katika jumba la kitaifa ni kama kuwe na sherehe za kitaifa pale ambapo wanazungumza, tunapiga makofi, watu wanakunywa na kula na kuhesabu siku baada ya siku. Tunataraji kwamba yale ambayo viongozi katika jumba hili watatamka, mikakati ama vile mdahalo utakavyokuwa unachukua mikondo tofauti, lazima mawaziri ambao watakuwa wameambatana na Mheshimiwa Rais wahakikishe kwamba mabadiliko haya yanashuhudiwa katika wakati unaostahili. Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi ambao tuko katika serikali tuna jukumu kubwa kwamba japo tunawapa watu matumaini, lazima washuhudie na wajihusishe katika kutekeleza yale tunazungumza. Najiunga na wale katika mrengo wa upinzani kwamba isiwe rais akizungumza ni kana kwamba ametamatisha yale yote atakayosema ama atakayofanya, lakini ni kuhakikisha kwamba anapozungumza atende, na kutenda kwake ni sisi katika serikali kuhakikisha tunawasukuma mawaziri kutekeleza yale ambayo tunataka. Mwaka 2027 tutakuwa katika mchakato wa kura, na wapiga kura watatuuliza, mlizungumza mkatupa matumaini, iwaje hamukutenda chochote? Sasa mimi kama mkereketo wa serikali ni kwamba rais aje, na ikiwezekana aje katika jumba la Senate, kwa sababu Senate huzungumza mambo ya county. Kuna pesa ambazo wanabiashara hawajalipwa, kuna mikakati ama agenda za county ambazo watu wanajadili hapa. Lazima rais ajue kwamba yale tunayotarajiwa kufanya kama Senate ni tofauti sana na yale ambayo wale katika jumba la kitaifa hufanya, na kwamba anapotujibu ama anapopeana mwelekeo kuhusiana na ugatuzi, lazima Wakenya wajue Senate, jumba la Senate ndio ulinzi, ndio matumaini ama ndio ngao ya ugatuzi katika nchi ya Kenya. Sasa mimi naunga mkono, tupewe nafasi mwafaka, tujieleze, rais atusikize, na baadaye tuone akitekeleza ama mawaziri wake wakitekeleza yale ambayo tunazungumza hapa. Kwa sababu siamini kwamba senator yeyote katika nchi ya Kenya anaweza amka hapa akapeana mwelekeo hafifu ama akapotosha rais kuhusiana na kutekelezaji wa miradi ya maendeleo na falsafa ya nchi. Sasa lazima tusikize sisi wote na atende kwa mujibu wa katiba. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the motion that was brought by the majority whip, Senator Boni Halwale. Mr. Speaker, on the President's address to Parliament, I want to support that should happen. But Mr. Speaker, sir, that should not only be a formality, that the President comes to Parliament and addresses parliamentarians on a number of issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, a number of concerns for Kenyans remain unresolved. And I look forward to the coming presidential address to Parliament addressing a number of issues that are of concern to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the junior secondary school remains unsolved. It is not a secret that our students, a number of them, and a number of schools and in major regions went untaught. Mr. Speaker, sir, the nature of secondary school is that teachers are trained to teach 2 subjects. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look around in most of the schools, there were only 2 teachers that were posted to teach in our schools. And Mr. Speaker, that shows that in most of the schools, a number of subjects were not taught in the whole year. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to take this for granted because it only means that most of the subjects were not taught, and so that generation will have an education system that is wanting. Mr. Speaker, if that is repeated this year and the following year and the years to come, it means that our products will not be competing with the products from other regions. Mr. Speaker, as the President comes, I'm looking forward that will be addressed amongst other challenges that our people have, including the issue that concerns this country, the issue of house levy. Mr. Speaker, as the President comes, we are also looking forward to a very robust debate in Parliament after that, and I pray that the debates and our sentiments will be taken care of. I support, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this motion, yes. The President, being a representative of the people, is actually a very integral symbol for Parliament also. Mr. Speaker, in as much as this is a platform for the President to articulate his agenda and communicate what his intentions to the country are, I don't think it should be more about the debating. On that, I want to slightly deviate, because in as much as we debate very well on some of these issues, if action is not followed thereafter, then it becomes more of a praise and worship agenda, Mr. Speaker, which will not steer this country forward. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for government to articulate what their agenda is, and I do not even understand why some of our cabinet secretaries have been shying off from coming here and articulating the agenda they have, or rather how they are sorting some of the issues we are saying. Just like Senator Beatrice has mentioned the issue of JSS teachers. The other time before we went for recess, I raised a statement inquiring from TSC on the career progression of those people, and the response given back to me was focusing on retired teachers, which I saw was an attempt to dodge the question I was raising. Several thousands of young people watching this engagement this morning are actually looking forward to this house to address some of those issues facing them. So, Mr. Speaker, the President will come and guide us here very well. We are ambassadors of what our administration is doing, but we have a burden of responsibility to also ensure we actualize whatever promises we gave to our people. And I weep for young people, because if sincerely education is the key, then why do we make it so difficult for people who have gone to school? The other time I saw a report by EACC mentioning of people with forged academic papers. We have so many young people lying out there with very good qualifications. Some of them are even going to the graves with unfulfilled dreams, Mr. Speaker. So yes, we are going to support the President articulating his agenda here. In this case, if I actually mention, our President, Dr. William Ruto, has been on the forefront defending what his agenda is, in as much as I take note that we have our own share of challenges, but we as legislators, this shouldn't be a platform of competing to see who's doing what best. This is an opportunity for we to bring our brains together, regardless of whatever political side you are in, so that we tackle the challenges that are facing this country jointly, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support that motion with those remarks. Thank you.
Senator Asige Christo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you and honorable members a very happy new year. Speaker, I rise to just make one point on this topic. When the President comes and makes his address to parliamentarians twice so far, the Parliament grounds is always alight with activities. It's buzzing with preparations being made to receive the President and his delegation, and parliamentarians who are very keen to hear the agenda that he will set forth. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, so far there has been no agenda that I have heard of addressing the constituents that I stand here to represent every single day. Mr. Speaker, twice we have heard the voice of the President, and twice we have not heard the voice of the President speaking on matters of disability inclusion, of equity, and of diversity in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the campaign trail, Dr. William Sami Ruto walked, that's what I said. Maybe my accent is passing the heads of others. Mr. Speaker, when Dr. Ruto went into his campaign trail in 2022, he called many of us people with disabilities. He sat with us in many forums. He picked our brains in terms of what we wish to see this country look like in terms of inclusion. And we gave him ideas, and we had conversations across the country in hopes that this agenda will one day come into fruition. Unfortunately, in the opening of Parliament 2022 and in the State of the Nation address last year, we did not hear our voices or our ideas articulated in the President's address. And still, Mr. Speaker, we do not hear of the same. So we wonder Is this just an exercise of lip service? Because in my view, when I came into this place to represent persons with disabilities, I saw the President's address being somewhat of an open feedback loop, where he comes to address parliamentarians, to give his ideas and direction, and we in turn respond with our reactions and contributions on how to make those ideas better. But unfortunately, so far, it feels to our community, persons with disabilities, that he addresses us, but he does not listen when we try to address our issues to him. Mr. Speaker, if ever the President hears my voice, I hope that he hears it today. The representative of persons with disabilities in this Senate, requesting him to kindly put forth our agenda to prioritize the largest minority in this country of almost 6 million voters. That is persons with disabilities, a group that should no longer be ignored, because we have votes, we also have money to spend in this economy. We can also make a big change and move the needle in all plans regarding Kenya. So I hope that in future, Mr. Speaker, that the President's addresses will also address us, because we are waiting to be publicly seen and heard by the executive. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this House. Mr. Speaker, on the motion that has been brought before this House or moved by the majority whip, Mr. Speaker, as you will notice, it's referred to as a procedural motion, and that's what it is, procedural. It is a tool designed by the Constitution to give the President an opportunity to come back and account to this House on the mandate that has been placed on him by the Constitution and ultimately by the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the President comes to address the House, the symbolic address is not just to the House, it is an address to the representatives of the people. Mr. Speaker, those have been elected by the people of Kenya to represent them in the House, Mr. Speaker. And if you will notice, Mr. Speaker, in the functions of the President, that comes in as the top function of the President. And that shows just how important that tool is, not just to the House itself, but also to the Constitution and also to the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, having noted that, then it shows just how important this procedural motion is and why it cannot be trivialized into politics, Mr. Speaker. Because when the President comes to address the House, and as he addresses the Kenyan through the legislative arm, Mr. Speaker, he's coming to give an account of what he has done with the mandate and the implementation of the promise that have been given to the Kenya, especially during the election period, Mr. Speaker. It's an address that deals with the day-to-day issues that Kenyans are going through: health, education, security, issues, food security, Mr. Speaker, issues that deal with general security or insecurity of the nation, budgetary constraints or budgets that Kenya is running on, Mr. Speaker. It deals with the whole mandate that the executive is working on, Mr. Speaker. And as such, it becomes an important tool through which this House, Mr. Speaker, can also use to address the constituents, because these leaders also are called to account by the people, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's very easy for the members of Parliament to put a big focus on the presidents and the address without remembering that equally, as you cascade downwards, the members of Senate and members of National Assembly will be required by Kenyans to equally give an account with what they have done as a mandate, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to one of our colleagues saying that members should address these issues in 2 minutes, then I knew we are misunderstanding the procedural motion that is before this House, Mr. Mr. Speaker. One of the things we should not use is to politicize the presidential address. And I'm in total agreement when there is a proposal that the president should sit in, actually hear the members give the feedback, because that feedback is a performance appraisal, Mr. Speaker. And it should be objective, because if the presidency succeeds, the nation succeeds. If the presidency fails, the nation fails, Mr. Speaker. And the minute we recognize that, Mr. Speaker, we will be more keen to come in and give objective criticism when that debate is being done. Give commendations where it is due, give objective criticism where it is needed, Mr. Speaker, and improve the process along the way. The minute we understand how such a tool is supposed to help governance issues, then, Mr. Speaker, it will come to yield for the Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion, and I rise to say that it should not be trivialized, and the tool should be dealt with as an important tool and given sufficient time, Mr. Speaker. One other thing I wish to note, Mr. Speaker, ni kwamba Senator mmoja kati yetu, Senator Wakoli,
Senator Veronica, you are totally out of order. You need to stick on the language that you chose first to make a
Mr. Speaker, why I switched that language and I stand advised, Mr. Speaker, was to commend Senator Wakoli Wafula for being very good in Swahili. And I wanted to state it in Swahili and to say that when he's next taking tea among the senators, he should be taking 1 minute to instruct the senators on how to address the nation sometimes using the Kiswahili language and promoting the Kiswahili language among the Kenyans. That's why I was switching the language, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion, procedural motion that has been brought by majority whip. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for the address of both houses by the President, and this, we get to know what is manifesto and what he plans for the country. And again, also, Mr. Speaker, I do support that he should also, after the address, sit in the House and listen to the debates about his address, because this one will enable him to know what he has been able to do and what he has not been able to do, because many of the times, Mr. Speaker, leaders are surrounded by people who only tell them what they want to hear, and only want to praise them even when they have not done some things. They don't have the strength to tell them the truth. And this one will enable him to know the truth, and this one will not just be bad on him or for the country, but also to help him fulfill all what he has promised to do to the citizens. And we are here to build Kenya, all of us, whether in opposition or in the ruling party. We are here to build Kenya and come together and make sure that our people get what they need at the right time when they need it. The economy right now is very low, very down. Actually, I don't know if the rest of the members of Parliament and even Senate are getting the same calls that I get every day, for people asking for school fees, for people asking for food, for people asking for medication, and so on and so forth. And so we need to come together and know the way forward for our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante, Bwana Spika, naunga mkono ambaye ya ile mambo tunazungumzia hapa, vile tunazungumza tupatiwe muda ipunguzwe, ndio kila mtu katika Senate, tuko masenata 67 na sisi wote hakuna hataki kuchangia kwa sababu tumetoka masinani na tunajua vile kunaendelea. Na unga mkono kwa sababu pia nakumbuka kama mwaka jana wakati rais alizungumza mambo mengi sana ambayo economy, na pia alikuwa anaongea mambo ya afya masinani, na hiyo tumeona ametimiza. na akaongea tena mambo ya kilimo, na tunaona vile mambo inaendelea. Na pia wakati tulichangia na tukamunga mkono, tutakuwa tunachangia tuone kama kuna mambo inaweza pandilika. Kama sasa kutoka wakati hiyo, wakati tuliingia kama upande ya makandamia ilikuwa inatoka shilingi 30 na sasa inatoka shilingi 100 na kitu. Kwa hiyo kuchangia mambo ya rais ni kitu muhimu sana. Pia tunakumbuka wakati ule alisema mambo ya kilimo, akaongea mambo ya fertilizer ikarundi kutoka 6,500 na ikawa imekuja 2,500, na tumeona vile kilimo inaendelea mambo mingi. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri muda ipunguzwe na pia tuwe tukichangia mambo mengi. Pia mambo ingine ningetaka kuwa tutakuwa nachangia ni vile tutaweka maanane mambo ya kilimo, kila county iwe ikipata maji ya kulima na vitu zingine, ndio tuweze kuona mazao mazuri. Kitu ingine tutachangia ni kuwa tutajua kama hiyo mambo yote tutafanya, mambo ya pesa mkononi itarudi namna gani na tutaweza kukaa namna gani. Pia tulisikia alichangia mambo ya economy, na pia tumeona vile kumekuwa na shinda, na pia akasema vile mandeni imekuwa mingi na amekuwa akilipa mandeni, na pia akisaidia county, na tumeona county nyingi ikipokea pesa, sio kama miaka ile ingine tumeona ikipokea kila mwezi, kutoka mwezi wa 7 kila mwezi inapata pesa yake. Na pia mambo ingine tutachangia ni mambo ya pia Kenya yetu, vijana wetu na wasichana, vijana wamewachiliwa na mambo ya pombe na dawa ya kulevya. Kuna wakati utafika ukute Kenya haina vijana ama haina familia, kwa sababu kama hiyo mambo kama haitachukuliwa hatua, ndio tuone kama kuna uwezo kama kila county inaweza patiwa pesa ya kuwa ikipeleka hao vijana kwa mafunzo mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na pombe, ndio waweze kukaa vizuri kwa familia zao. Kwa hiyo asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa hii adhimu na mimi niweze kuunga mkono mswada uliopendekezwa na kiongozi wa wengi, kiranja wa wengi hapa bungeni Bwana Khalwale, ili kuweze kupunguzwa muda ili kila mjumbe aweze kuchangia katika speech ya rais anapozungumza na sisi wabunge ama wajumbe wa taifa hili. Bwana Spika, nimesikia wenzangu wamechangia na nimenukuu mingi nikiwa pale lounge, na nikasema na mimi nije nipeane changizo zangu. Bwana Spika, nataka kuwakumbusha wajumbe wenzangu ya kwamba tuko hapa kama mkono mmoja miongoni mwa mikono mitatu mwa serikali yetu ya Kenya, na hatuko hapa kuwa wapinzani na wenye serikali. Tuko hapa na majukumu matatu ya kuwakilisha wananchi wa Kenya, kusimamia rasilimali zao, na pia kuwatungia sheria za kulinda na kusongeza taifa letu mbele. Sisi kama wajumbe katika bunge la Seneti tuko na jukumu moja kubwa la kusimamia gatuzi zetu 47 katika taifa la Kenya. Lakini ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kuona kwamba rais anapokuja kutuzungumzia yale ambao ameweza kuyafanya kama mkono mmoja wa serikali, the executive, sisi tunaanza kukejeli yale ambao amekuja kutueleza. Yangu ni kuwapa ushauri na saha ndugu zangu sote tulioko hapa. Tuko na jukumu katika taifa hili kama viongozi kuweza kupeana mwelekeo na kutoa suluhu ya matatizo ambayo yanatukabili sisi kama taifa. Ni vizuri sana Wakenya wanatuangalia kule nje Bwana Spika katika mirengo tofauti, lakini ni muhimu sisi wenyewe tujue lile jukumu kubwa ambalo limetuleta katika bunge hili, ni kuwezesha kuwa wasimamizi wa rasilimali za Wakenya, kuwa viongozi ambao wanaona tatizo lipo wapi. Yuko kiongozi mmoja hapa amezungumzia masuala ya CBC, na sisi kama viongozi wadogo Bwana Spika, ambao ndio sasa mwanzo tunaanza ulezi, tuko na watoto wetu katika taasisi hii. Watoto wetu wameanza kusoma Bwana Spika, na mpaka sasa
hakuna mwelekeo wa kuonesha watoto hawa watakwenda vipi na kuelekea vipi. Kando na kuwa wengine wetu tunasemekana kwamba ni vibaraka wa serikali, mimi nataka kuwakumbusha wajumbe wenzangu hapa, mimi ni mjumbe wa kike ambaye nimepewa fursa kuweza kuja katika nyumba hii kuweza kuongea masuala ya kijinsia na kuwasaidia kuongeza na kutilia pondo pale ambapo naona kuna sheria zinatungwa na zinatuumiza sisi kama kina mama, ama nichangie kuonesha ni njia hii tukiifuata itasaidia kina mama na vijana katika taifa hili la Kenya. Nataka kuwaambia ndugu zangu ambao wakienda mashinani, Bwana Spika, wanasema kwamba wajumbe wa upinzani hawapawi fursa sawa na wajumbe ambao wako upande wa serikali kutunga sheria. Huo ni urongo wa mchana. Hapa kila mtu ako na fursa ya kutunga sheria na kuchangia hisia zake ili kuleta suluhu katika taifa la Kenya. Tuko hapa ili kuweza kuwasaidia wa Kenya.
What is a point of order, Senator Eddie?
Speaker, I rise on the point of order number 1044, and also limiting debates actually, Mr. Speaker. I think that is not in order, and I never want to interrupt my sister Senator Miraj, because I enjoy the tantalizing Swahili that she brings into this house. But I think that, Mr. Speaker, the topic that we have here, the wonderful senator from Mombasa and nominated, to actually suggest that there are members from the opposition side who are, claiming some claims that she knows best, which have got totally no relevance to this particular conversation, Mr. Speaker. So could she just limit a debate to the matter at hand and not the hisia za what she called the hisia za watu wa huku? Asante sana.
Again, Senator Eddie, what is your the standing order that you're relying on? 1014.
Doctor, imputing wrong motive on our side for what we haven't claimed and this conversation at all.
Very well, Senator Miraj. According to your statement, you are suggesting that members of the opposition are out there lamenting that they're not being given an opportunity to present bills, and that the favoritism is towards the majority side. Is that a statement of fact? If not, you may have to proceed with the draw.
Asante Bwana Spika, na kwa kweli ni statement ambayo nimeizungumza nikiwa na ushahidi nayo na nitaileta katika bunge hili. Asante Bwana Eddie Okech, takuletea ushahidi Bwana Spika. Lakini yangu tu ni kuweka wazi. Naam.
If you are unable to substantiate that, I'll give you an opportunity to do so tomorrow.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Asante Bwana Spika. Yangu ni kwamba Bwana Spika, nikizungumzia na nikimalizia, sisi hapa tumekuja kama Wakenya ili kuleta suluhu na kutatua matatizo ambayo yanatukabili kama Wakenya. Ni vibaya sana kuona viongozi wa upinzani, ndugu zetu ambao tunakunywa nao chai na tunapiga tu story kama kawaida, tunapofika katika jumba hili wanaleta siasa nyingi. Mimi niko tayari rais aambiwe pale anafanya makosa ili huduma kwa wananchi ziweze kuafikiwa kwa malengo. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, Happy New Year to you and other colleagues of mine, of senators who are around. Mr. Speaker, this motion about President address is more of President addressing implementation of his plan. Mr. Speaker, the last President address, the President omitted ASAL counties, specifically pastoralist. So I urge to the President, this time he will cater for the ASAL counties for the implementations. On that scenario, on that issue, there is a road which has been given to Mande Elwak to Mande Ramo, which Senator is financed by
Mariam.
Yes.
Senator Mariam, if you look at your order paper, you'll see the motion that is being discussed now. We are not debating the address by the President that was done last year. We are debating the motion as read to you and as moved by the majority leader. So just speak to that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I know it is a motion for the limitations, but because the President's address is more of implementation of his plan. So now when he's doing his plan address, I'm just reminding that last time there is omission of ASAL counties. Now I predict there will be implementation of some activities in ASAL area. I know the motion is about the limitation of President's address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria Oroba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion on the limitation of debate on the President's address. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to echo one of the statements that, it must have been Senator Agnes Kavindu who has suggested that perhaps also the President should sit in to listen to some of the criticism, the objective criticism from this House. Mr. Speaker, I think for me, what I want to say is that I believe that in his presence, most of our senators, fellow senators, who sometimes just criticize for purposes of criticizing without any objective wisdom, will then be able to speak truthfully in front of the electorate on matters that truly count. So that is a very good suggestion from Senator Agnes. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in this, we tend to underestimate the communication from the President. And sometimes, and I remember way back, I must have been young, very young, when Kenyans were complaining that they had a president who never used to talk, who never used to communicate, and so people were in the dark. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate His Excellency William Samoei Ruto for actually keeping the communications lines open. And it's not only through the presidential address, but through the daily communication that he has with the electorate, both from the executive and on ground as he goes to speak to the people. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I just urge that in this particular address that is upcoming, that he may also communicate in terms of the gender agenda, Mr. Speaker. It is far too long that the two-third gender rule has not been spoken of, Mr. Speaker. Not in the presidential address, not in the constant communication that we get from the executive, Mr. Speaker. And it is very unfortunate because I do know that a lot of work is being done by the executive, by the President, to ensure that the Kenya Kwanza Women Charter is being implemented. But Mr. Speaker, there's been very limited communication of the same in terms of the gender agenda. Mr. Speaker, I also hope to hear that the policies and some of the work that is being done in that space of women empowerment is actually going to be communicated this time. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of us who are nominated to represent women in this House, people ask us, what is happening? You went there to represent women, to push for the agenda of women, but the government is quiet. Government is not quiet. It's just that there is no communication that is being put out that is clear, that is intentional, to actually inform Kenyans on what the president and the cabinet is doing in terms of empowering women and having women being represented in these spaces. So, Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming presidential address, I do hope that this particular message is going to be communicated. And even as we look forward to the conference on the status of women that is happening in New York, we want to hear the president echoing issues that are affecting women, not only issues that come up. For instance, now there is a lot of talk. We are celebrating, we are mourning, we are not celebrating, we are mourning the lives of our lost women who have been killed through femicide, Mr. Speaker. We want to hear what those offices that have been mandated to represent women and to protect women through the cabinet, through the executive, what they are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion because I do believe that all 16 nominated women in the House will then get time to speak and air their views in terms of the gender agenda, and also to be able to question or to objectively criticize on the work that is being done in that space, on the representation of women and the policies and the projects that the Kenya Kwanza government has for the women of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Munyahaji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia hoja ya kuweka muda katika kujadili hotuba ya Rais ambayo inatarajiwa nafikiri mwezi wa 4. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nachukua fursa hii kukutakia wewe binafsi na maseneta wote mwaka mpya, mwaka 2024 wenye manufaa na afya njema katika mwaka huu mpya. Mheshimiwa Spika, pili, tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba ametufikisha mwaka mpya na tuko tayari kufanya kazi katika kujenga taifa na kuhakikisha kwamba maisha ya Wakenya yamebadilika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja hii ni muhimu sana kwa sababu tumeona kwamba mwaka uliokwisha watu wengi hawakupata fursa ya kuweza kuchangia hotuba ya Rais. Na hotuba ile, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa na mambo mengi ambayo ni kinyume na hali halisi ilivyo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli kwamba wengi wetu huwa tunaikosoa hotuba hiyo, na kwa hakika ndio kazi yetu, kwa sababu sisi tumechaguliwa kama wawakilishi wa wananchi, sisi ndio macho ya wananchi. Lakini ikiwa kuna jambo ambalo limezungumzwa ama limefanywa ambalo halilingani na sheria ama halilingani na hali halisi ilivyo, ni wajibu wetu Mheshimiwa Spika kukosoa na kueleza ukweli halisi ulivyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tutapata fursa ya kuweza kukosoa hotuba hii, na wengi wetu wale ambao wako katika upande wa serikali wao wanajiona kwamba ni serikali zaidi kuliko wale ambao wako katika mkono wa serikali, yani executive. Lakini tukiangalia majukumu yetu katika katiba kifungu cha 96 ni kwamba sisi ndio wa macho ya wananchi katika serikali, na sisi ni jukumu letu, mbali na kwamba tunatunga sheria na kukosoa serikali, na pia ndio waangalizi wa mali ya umma katika mikono ya serikali, ambao wananchi binafsi hawezi kufanya hivyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono hoja hii na ningependa kukomea hapo. Asante.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first of all take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family, friends of Kelvin Kiptum, and also take this opportunity to send my condolences to Senator Khalwale and the family of Kizito Moi, our majority leader. Poleni sana. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on limitation of presidential address or speech. Honorable Speaker, in support of Senator Khalwale's motion, I would want to say the presidential speech is of a symbolic importance for this country. It is an occasion of utmost pomp and tradition. It is a time the president puts agenda before the country. It is not only the parliament, the whole country are listening and hearing what the president says. And it also, time he puts his agenda in order to influence public opinion. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of this Senate, first of all, is to represent, to legislate, and to oversight. When the president gives his speech, it is the responsibility of each person in this house to question the agenda of the president. It is not only the responsibility of the other side of the aisle to ask questions. Each and every person has a right to ask any question that he thinks or she thinks is not going the way this country should go. It is always good to listen to the debate when the president is giving the speech, so that you can debate wisely. And my fellow senators here have been trying to say, when you talk about presidential speech, it is not the responsibility of each side only. And I have seen a tradition where people criticize, they critique what the president says also. Of late, Mr. Speaker, the president mentioned the issue of judiciary. And I've seen many senators and members of parliament in this country going round in wedding places, in harambes and funerals, talking about judiciary. And I would want to say, if the president says something, if he says whether it is right or wrong, there is no point or reason why one side of the government should attack the other side of the government. And I think when the president gives speeches, if you have anything to ask, if you have anything to say, each and every person in this house should say, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. Asante sana.
Senator Boni, you may proceed to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to reply, and I want to thank all colleagues for the issues that you have raised. Of greatest interest is what was brought up by the Senator for Tana River, who first proposed the need for us to make this debate on the presidential speech inclusive to the extent that the president should be requested to be sitting in during that debate. Mr. Speaker, this quickly invites you and the House to think about changing the standing orders. If we change the standing orders to allow cabinet secretaries to come to the House, we can also change standing orders to ask the president to sit in during debate. I think this is a very innovative sort of thinking. We should not just be talking to the air. We want the president to listen to us, and because there are many presidents in waiting in this House, it's good for him to hear what the future presidents that will succeed him will be commending on his thoughts and programs. With those many remarks, I reply.
Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 84-2, it is my determination that this matter does not affect counties, and therefore voting shall be by voice. And I'll proceed to put the question. That pursuant to Standing Order 27-6, the Senate resolves that the debate on the motion on the presidential address shall be limited to a maximum of 3 sitting days with not more than 15 minutes for each senator speaking, excluding the mover in moving and replying, who shall be limited to 30 minutes in either case, and the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader shall be limited to 30 minutes each. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next, order clerk.
Order number 11, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill Senate Bills number 46 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Nuts and Oil Crops Development Bill, Senate Bills number 47 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the production, processing, marketing, and distribution of nuts and oil crops and their products, establish the Nuts and Oil Crops Board, provide a framework for the nuts and oil crops farming development and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 13, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 52 of 2023. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Constitution of Kenya. Order number 14, the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 33 of 2023, second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. On this bill, this is a resumption of debate which was interrupted on Thursday, 30th November 2023. And from my records, Senator Andy Okech and a balance of 2 minutes. So if you are intended to proceed with 2 minutes, please do. Senator Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm actually happy to see you. Happy New Year. And I hope that this year you can be a little bit generous to make it 4 minutes. Just because perhaps people did not understand what I said the other time, just to recalibrate.
Start driving, I'll see whether you are engaging the writing gears.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill actually seeks to make a number of amendments to the Water Act 2016, and I did raise before that I had serious concern with this bill, because if you look at part 2 of Schedule 4, if you start with Index 10, where you will find that the counties are given the power to look at policy angles on water matters by the national government, and then if you were to look at Index 11, where water and sanitation services are purely devolved as functions of the county. And this bill is one of the bills that I wish that the entire Senate, or rather all senators, were in the House to actually look at this bill. The entire last year, Mr. Speaker, we spent a lot of time as the committee on, the CPIC committee, dealing with issues of water in counties. And one of the things that we realized, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of structures that have been put in place that tend to be national bodies have completely hampered the idea of making sure that water services is effective and efficient in counties. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, is one of those bills that actually seeks to claw back on devolution, Mr. Speaker. You know, if you look at section, I might not mention all of them because I have no time. I talked passionately about this bill before. But if you look at something like section 30, Mr. Speaker, it introduces water regulatory authority, which is a national body with so much powers that takes powers out of the counties. If you look at section 31, Mr. Speaker, it also introduced another water regulatory board whose membership and composition, Mr. Speaker, is purely negating the idea of devolution of water. If you look at section 65, Mr. Speaker, waterwork agencies are given more power on dealing with bulk water. And Mr. Speaker, the waterwork agencies have been at the core of making, WSPs, water service providers, Mr. Speaker, not be effective. If you look at how they take big loans, so the name of these WSPs, if you look at how they sit a lot of assets of these WSPs in their own balance sheets, Mr. Speaker, is all chaos that I think that our committee at CPIC has been working tirelessly to be able to deal with and remove. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at section 119, Mr. Speaker, there is introduction of the water tribunal. And if you look at the membership, does not in any way empower counties in a sense. The membership is not, does not make any meaning. I want just to invite senators that let us pay a lot.
Give him 1 minute. Only
Even 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I just want to invite the entire House that please keenly read this bill and do not allow it to go through, because water is life and it is one of the functions that devolved units have, that we must give them full power to be able to control. Every solution that I'm seeing here is reversing those powers to the national government and make it impossible for devolved units and county governments to take control of water service provision. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill in its entirety, and I hope that senators will take time to actually read and design it and understand it and make meaningful decision when it comes to this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, you know, as a registrator, you have all the powers to come up with the possible amendments that maybe you might like the Senate to consider, that you have that benefit. You have gone through the report keenly. So come up with those amendments or the issues that you need to be revisited. Then we can consider as the House. Next is Senator Mahanzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, water is a devolved function. And the Minister of Water directs the policy, and the current Water Act of 2016 was actually due for amendment. And the Department of Water has been struck by a lot of confrontations with the stakeholders, and that's why their regulations never went through, and in fact they ended up in court. And right now there's a lot of confusion. And you see, regulations come from the Act. Now that the Act is going through regulations, amendments, and we have just received this Act now from National Assembly. Now that's a devolved function, it has come to us. It would have originated from us or would have originated from every house. It is very important that we make sure that devolution is taken care of in this Act. Unfortunately, most of the amendments, which are really mangled up, and a very professional job was most probably not done on this, it is important to look at each section with a lot of keen interest. When you go to the practicality of its implementation, there are a lot of issues. Mr. Speaker, in my county is Twake Dam, which should have been completed years ago. But out of mismanagement and the Minister of Water and the Minister of Finance, Treasury, there has been postponement year after year of the completion date of this particular dam. The contractor is actually very frustrated, having not be able to work alone, has to work with the ministry, and for especially money delays. As soon as there was a new government and on the rearrangement of budgets, 5 billion shillings were removed from this project, which is internationally funded, it's not funded from here. And by the time we got that money back to Twake Dam project, another 1 billion was removed again, by National Assembly Budgeting Committee. And this keeps on creating confusion. First of all, change of administration. When there is change of administration ministers, the government enjoys perpetual continuity. There's no way, when there's a new government, such a serious project will be interrupted. And this goes into a lot of other things which has happened with the Minister of Water. Hence, the regulations which should have come to this House never did, went only to National Assembly, purported to have been implemented, and then stakeholders went to court for lack of proper public participation. And the court is insist of the matter. But there has been a proposal that, so that the sector stops suffering, that parties come together, we register concern, because this House has also been sued. we register our consent so that there may be continuity in the country. That is avoided when you make proper law to begin with. And just as Senator Eddy has said, there are so many introductions into this law which reverse the gains of devolution to the national government. In fact, the Constitution has already directed that water services are devolved, and the government can only, the national government can only give, basics, principles on which, or the policy on which this will be implemented. So when you look at many other failed water, projects, like the Northwest water going to Emali, there's been a dispute between Kajiado County and Makwiny County, simply because there's no proper legal framework, nor are there proper regulations. This results out of, when you make a law like this, you don't do stakeholder consultation, public participation, and public participation has become what is in mind of a certain individuals. Public participation should be standard. In fact, I remember in the last house, in the National Assembly, we had a public participation bill, which never saw light of the day as the house expired and has never been, restarted again, which is dealing with a very important area of legislation. When we make law, public participation is so critical. But what do we have in this Water Act? We have cosmetic public participation, just for the records, so that it can come to the House, receive a rubber stamp, and proceed to the executive for another signature. So I think we have to take this legislation seriously. And on this particular one, a proper job has not been done. I agree with Senator Okech. This act should be either thoroughly amended, or failure of which it should be sent back to be redone afresh. It does not seek to achieve the purpose of making sure water is supplied to every household in this country. The original plan was to have water, a tap, in every house in the rural areas and in Nairobi. Does that happen in Nairobi? No. Despite the big dam, there are so many cartels, some which break the water pipes and then supply water illegally. That has not been sufficiently catered. Why in Nairobi, with a big dam supply water in Nairobi, there will be insufficient of water? Why do we have more water trucks selling water instead of having the county government of Nairobi supply water and get paid for reasonably in every household? It is a failure of the law. And these amendments have not addressed that problem. These amendments have not devolved these functions to the county of Nairobi and any other county. And therefore, we have a problem that there are more water vendors and more water trucks selling water whose quality is not even certified to Kenyans. And you see, supply of water is what reduces diseases by even more than half. If you have proper supply of water in this country, and Dr. Ahluala will agree with me, then half of the people visiting the office stores will not do so. And even half of the children die out of dirty, situations of water will not die. And we will cut our budgets far, by, prevention is better than cure in the hospitals. Instead of going to cure people, we will have prevented it by supply. So this is a very important law and cannot be taken as a joke in this house. The way it has been handled in the National Assembly as a joke. It has to be amended thoroughly. It has to take care of the people. It has to go through public participation. Otherwise, we'll end up with another law where Omutata goes to court or any other water stakeholders. As a year now, they are already in court. They are fighting many things. They have been to our committees. They have not been listened to. They have made the petitions here. These petitions will no longer exist, Mr. Speaker, if there was proper public participation by Minister of Water and the COG. A lot of times, COG is being ignored when a law relating to the counties is being made. And that defeats the purpose why Senate exists. I've just given the good example of the installation of Thwake Dam, which is just a total mismanagement by people seated in the Ministry of Water and people seated in the Ministry in Treasury. When you go to Treasury, they take you back to water. When you go to Ministry of Water, they tell you we are stuck as Treasury. When you follow the documentation, you find a civil servant is holding on it, so that they may be given a bribe, so that a contractor who has done a water project is paid. Then that water project is delayed or is never achieved, Mr. Speaker. So I really want members to look at this legislation carefully. There are very many new interpretations which have been introduced, seeking to define things differently, seeking to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is already round. It can never be square. And therefore, we really must be serious as a Senate, where the National Assembly or the government in its legislative proposal has made an error. We should be bold enough to correct that error in this House. And I don't want to repeat those sections. Most of them have been elaborated very well by Senator Eddy, and I support him. This bill should not be allowed to proceed in this House. Let the Ministry of Water, and luckily there are new guards there. There's a new minister, there's a new PS. Let them get serious. Let them come back to the House and give the country legislation which works. Otherwise, it is very ridiculous to propose a law like this and make joke of devolution and introduce so many boards to manage nothing but to reap money and not to give back to the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Next on the line is Senator Wabua Enoch.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a contribution to the Water Amendment Bill, Bill number 33 of 2023, from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let it go on record that I oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, in opposing this bill, I want to remind my colleagues, and I've agreed with Senator Alwale that this session we will do serious debate on matters that come to the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, let us be reminded, all of us, that one of the key responsibilities of this Senate, especially sitting in plenary, is to defend the interests of counties and their governments. So, Speaker, a casual reading of the Constitution, the fourth schedule, section 2, that section lists water services as a fully devolved function, which means then all matters water fall under the jurisdiction of county governments. Speaker, one of the things that this bill is trying to do is actually an attempt, a blatant attempt, to claw back on devolution. Because if you interfere with one function that is devolved, then you are essentially clawing back on devolution. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? I will narrow my argument to only two issues. First, look at the constitution of the Water Tribunal as proposed in this amendment bill, clause 119. The entire tribunal consists of national government actors, people seated at the national level. And you ask yourself, why did the proposer of this amendment even think of including a member of the county, the Council of Governors subcommittee on water to sit in that tribunal? Because, the Speaker, the purpose of any tribunal is to resolve disputes. If, for instance, there is a dispute between Kitui Water and Nyeri Water, how does the tribunal composed of national government actors resolve a matter that involves 2 counties without the involvement of those counties? Mr. Speaker, some of these things don't make sense. And you know, the Constitution is very clear that any legislation that goes against the provisions of any section of the Constitution is null and void to the extent of the conflict. So at that point, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that water is a devolved function and people are supposed to be arbitrating and resolving disputes on matters water in counties, those people, they don't consist of players from counties. To that extent, then this law falls flat on its face. The Speaker, the second matter is on the bulk water supply. The Speaker, this is also very ridiculous. The provisions here are very ridiculous because it is very clear in the Water Act of 2016 that bulk water supply is a function of water service providers. Now, this amendment seeks to remove that function from water service providers, including the Laikipia water service provider, from Laikipia and bring it to Nairobi under what they are calling waterworks development agencies. The Speaker, how now will national government agencies be able to regulate and manage and do reticulation of bulk water in the 47 counties in this country? The Speaker, this thing doesn't make sense. Again, the Speaker, to the extent that this provision violates the Constitution, this law, this amendment, must fall flat on its face. The Speaker, as I conclude my submission, let me just remind my colleagues that it should actually concern us that an amendment to the Water Act should come from the National Executive. To the extent that that amendment is coming from the National Executive, a ministry of the National Executive, that alone must concern us as a Senate. And as it concerns us, we should also challenge the Council of Governors. These colleagues of ours from the other side, because they are colleagues, Mr. Speaker, because we are elected from the same counties with them. At times, I know of senators here who garner even more votes than their governors. But when they get there, they start behaving funny. The Speaker, they should wake up from their slumber and help push legislation that ring-fences functions that are devolved. If there are issues with water service providers, I expect the Council of Governors to be at the forefront in pushing for legislation to ring-fence the operations of water service providers. It shouldn't be the function of the National Executive to try and cure a mischief found in the water service providers. And I don't know how these national government agencies will be able to resolve disputes within and amongst water providers in counties without involving the service providers in those counties. So, Speaker, with those remarks, I oppose.
Thank you. Senator Okech, I can see you are again on the queue and you have already spoken to this bill. Senator Amatinga, Waume. Senator Matinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support this bill with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I sit in the Water and Lands Committee where this bill has been discussed. We've held various public participation with various stakeholders who have expressed their reservations, some their support, and some of the amendments that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know the Kenya Kwanza government intends to make water a tradable commodity. And therefore, it is important to come up with a framework that makes water business bankable business. As good as that may be, Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that water supply, being a devolved function, the county governments which have been starved of the budget from the line ministry, they are left to do the reticulation. Some of them rely on very odd infrastructure, which have seen some counties lose as much as 70% in terms of non-revenue water. Mr. Speaker, sir, to be able to address this, we must come up with a comprehensive solution, which means that because some of the water infrastructure goes close counties, we need to have water development agencies, which as envisaged in the Act of 2016, so that the issues of those water bodies that are closing counties can be addressed. It is also not lost to us, Mr. Speaker, sir, that development of water infrastructure is quite a costly affair. Some of the mega dams that are proposed by the KK government cannot be realized within our budgetary allocation. Looking at the balance sheet of this country, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we come with options that will make this realizable. And that one is one of the ways to make water a tradable commodity, as electricity is, as roads are. Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, it is also important to note that water being a devolved function, we need to reinforce the operationalization of the Act of 2016 by empowering the water service providers. This cannot be done, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the kind of small budgetary allocation that they get. Therefore, it is important for us to change the way the approach we've been using. We must be deliberate on having a paradigm shift in the way that we approach the financing of this infrastructure. Left to the counties, Mr. Speaker, some counties will never be able to provide their citizens with water because the budgetary allocation and the infrastructure, and some of them even the technology required, is not available at that level. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we come up with a law that will ensure that the national government is able to provide the bulk water, and this can then be transferred now to the service providers who can then be able to reticulate it for consumption. The same applies for irrigation, Mr. Speaker. We know, like the High Grand Falls Dam that's proposed in the Rakanithi County, costing about 500 billion. There is no way that county, which receives just a couple of billions, will be able to ever realize that. But looking at the benefits, the long-term benefits, looking at water as a tradable commodity, looking at the benefits of such a dams, it is important that we put a legal framework in place that will encourage investors to come in the country, or even local business people to team up and be able to put up mega dams that will have several advantages. We know, taking for example like the High Grand Falls, it will be producing about 1,000 megawatts. That alone, Mr. Speaker, sir, would be enough revenue to pay for the cost of the construction of the dam, not to mention about thousands of acres that will be brought under irrigation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as much as we in the Senate are here to protect devolution, promote devolution and see devolution work, we must also be pragmatic enough to realize that some of the functions that are supposed to be devolved cannot be achieved with the kind of small budgets that are allocated. And we also must be alive to the fact that some of the functions, especially in the water development in infrastructure, we have close-cutting issues that lies in multiple counties. The mega dams, like now the one, the High Grand Falls, will serve several counties. Therefore, putting a legal framework in place that will be able to govern the construction and later the repayment of the cost of the dam needs to be anchored in a law. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, can only be done if we amend the act as it currently constituted to introduce other factors. However, we must also hold at the back of our mind that the function of water being devolved, that the role of the county government is well enhanced, well anchored, while also ensuring that the county governments will leap from the tradable water commodity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support with amendments.
Thank you. Next is Senator Olekina Ledama. The minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it going on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some comments, which I hope will lead me towards drafting some amendments to this bill, which in my view has been crafted to be able to commercialize a commodity that is given to us by God for free. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Public Investment Committee where we interrogate waterworks, we interrogate water service providers. So I'll be speaking with experience when I comment on this bill. If you read the objects and memorandum of this bill.
Sorry, Senator Rekina. Senator Manzo. Senator Manzo. Senator Manzo. Senator Kajwang. You are kindly consulting low tones. You are interrupting those contributing to this important bill. Honorable Rekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your protection. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I sit in the Public Investment Committee where I get an opportunity to interrogate water service providers, waterworks bodies, in line with the Water Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, when you read these amendments, which are brought about by the Majority Leader of the National Assembly, there's a lot that leads to be desired. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying that? If you read the object and memorandum of this amendment, it is purely to operationalize the public-private partnership of the water bodies or the water resource. When you read the Constitution, water is devolved. There is nowhere in the Constitution that says that water should be a matter that is dealt centrally. And the framers of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, were very right, because only local people will be able to understand the specific needs of water of their own people. If you now take the powers from the county governments and you bring them to Nairobi, number one, there will be a lot of bureaucracy. People will not be able to make decisions in terms of the needs of the water. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I've heard my good friend, the Chair of Energy, saying that county governments will not have budgets to be able to deal with these issues. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the issue of bulk water management, if there is water in Murang'a County and the people of Nairobi are benefiting from that water of Murang'a County, because we are the house that defend devolution and the framers of the Constitution, unless my good chair wants to amend the Constitution, the framers of the Constitution devolved water. The best thing we can do is to empower the county government of Murang'a to ensure that they sell that water to the people of Nairobi. It is not quantum physics. It is very simple. You have bulk water. If you have dilapidated infrastructure, I will fix my infrastructure up to the borderline. You want to collect my water, Mr. Speaker, collect it from the borderline, go and distribute it to your people. This business of creating these authorities, which are really bankrupting this nation, if you go to all state departments, Mr. Speaker, right now, it is not that the national budget gives them so much money. Most of them are given loans by the World Bank, they are given loans by the IMF, they are given loans by other development agencies for them to be able to go and sit somewhere in Naivasha and make decisions about people in Narok or how much water they should get. Mr. Speaker, we are missing the point here. This is not only unconstitutional, but it is creating bureaucracies on managing everything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Kenya Kwanza government really shocks me. You know, every time I sit down here and I read, you know, you look at, even if this bill was due, or this act was due to, for it to be amended.
Olekina, there is a point of order from Senator Derito John Kinyua. What is your point of order, Senator Kinyua?
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to Senator Olekina, who I respect so much. I don't know why he's casting...
Which is standing order that you are using to
Mr. Speaker, Senator Wamatinga, when he finished his statement, he said, with amendment. So I don't know, he's not agree.
What is your point? Which standing order now are you using to prosecute?
Standing order number 110, Mr. Speaker, that if what Wamatangi said, he's just agreeing with him because he's assuming that Senator Wamatangi made a mistake. Well, Senator Wamatangi is very clear with with all respect. Wamatinga. No. I'm sorry, it's Senator Wamatinga. Senator, it's true, Mr. Speaker. But Senator Wamatinga was very clear when he said he's supporting with amendment concerning the issue of water is devolved. He's very clear about devolution with water, Mr. Speaker. I just want clarification so that he does not want to assume, he doesn't want to say that Senator Wamatinga does not respect water is devolved, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina, proceed, and if you have to clarify, and I did not...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point is very clear, and I just want to be very, very clear. You know, we are debating, so it's for me to either agree or reject. And in my debate, I just pointed out clearly that what my good friend, the chair of energy, has said does not hold any water, because he said county governments do not have budgets to be able to control their resources. And I said, even the national government is relying on the IMF and the World Bank to borrow loans. And the object and memorandum of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. And I hope that my good friend, the Commissioner, can be able to read it. It says, the principal object of the bill is to amend the Water Act 2016 for the purpose of operationalizing public-private partnership in the water sector. And I said, which I continue, that I have a serious problem with the policies of this Kenya Kwanza government, because everything has become commercial. Mr. Speaker, the power that now are being given to the Cabinet Secretary here, and the Cabinet Secretary does not really care about county government of Meru.
There is another point of order from Senator Wamatinga Wahome.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just wanted to inform my colleague that I did not say that the county government do not have the budget. I said with the kind of allocation that the county governments get, that is point of information, with the kind of allocation that the county governments get.
Has he accepted that?
Yes, he has accepted. Yes, he's accepted.
Mr. Speaker, you know, my chair, him and I just came out from another committee while we were concerns about the Cabinet Secretary's decision and the powers that they have. But that's for another day. Let me try and summarize my points as follows. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that it's about time, with the help of the Secretariat, that we set up a committee that scrutinizes bills that are seconded to this House from the National Assembly. And I say that because of the experience of the bills that we send from this House to the National Assembly. Most of the bills that we send to from this House to the National Assembly, some of them either do not get concurrence, and those that get concurrence are not prioritized. In fact, most of the time, they are sent to the budget office for them to look at it. They look at the implication. So I think in the same spirit, we should also be looking at the constitutionality of legislation proposals that are brought from the National Assembly. We should not be quick to debate them and to pass them. Because the first thing we should have seen is that the Constitution, under Section 4, Roman numeral number 11, that county governments, the county public works and services, including water and sanitation services, are devolved. So unless you're telling us that you're going to amend this Constitution, or you're going to throw this Constitution out of the way, there's absolutely no way that these amendments will be able to hold. If we are pushed to pass these amendments, someone will go to court, and someone will ask the same question that I'm asking here today. Why can't we not empower Murang'a County, which is providing water to Nairobi County, to be able to sell that water and make money for the people of Murang'a? Why should we create another body that has the powers to borrow money so that it continue dipping us deeper into the hole of debt? Mr. Speaker, the advantage of leaving water services, the county governments, are very clear. It allows for proper public participation. It allows for the people on these counties to be able to get water because they know they are the only ones who understand their needs of water. Now, if you tell me that decisions will be made in Nairobi with all this bureaucracy, by the time water is distributed in Narok, you know, a child would have already finished primary school and gone to high school. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill is ill-advised. I think we need to start thinking about the future of this nation. One thing which I want us to remember is that governments come and go. Politicians come and go. But this country called Kenya must remain and will always remain. So this year, since we have agreed to be able to debate issues, pass legislation that will be able to support this nation, we must come up with amendments to the law that will be future-centric. It will not be laws that will be able to enrich a few individuals. Because the moment you say that you are now going to empower, because it says that amendment to clause 6 of the bill on section 69 Act provides clarity roles between waterworks development agencies and water service provider. What clarity are you seeking there? Water service providers are based in counties. These water agencies that you're giving them so much power, really, what do they do? It's just busybodies. People just sitting down somewhere and making decisions about water in Mandera, and they're not even in Mandera, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech my colleagues that one, either we stop the debate on this bill, we look at the constitutionality of this bill, because it is affecting our counties. And we're here to protect and defend counties. We need to start thinking about how to promote innovations and flexibility. If we take away a resource from the counties and we now bring it to the central government or the national government to make decisions, how then are we going to become innovative? How are we going to promote, flexibility in terms of managing water resources, which are based locally? You'll find that it's very difficult. Someone will get water, but instead of sharing that water with the local community, they will just, because they're afraid of these waterworks, they will just use that water for themselves. They'll never say it. Yet these waterworks do not have the powers. So this issue of private-public partnership must stop. It is not always the right thing. If you tell me that you're building me a super highway from Nairobi to Kakamega, and you are inviting private-public partnership on a BOT, build, operate, transfer, I'll support it. But if you're now telling me that you want to commercialize water, that you are bringing in a private party to come in and invest in that water, and then distribute that water, use that water, which is a resource that the county is supposed to be benefiting, I will say no to it. Because you will say you'll actually just throw away innovation. Let's allow, we keep on talking about not having jobs in this country. So instead of these 47 heads of counties sitting down together and saying, how do we manage this resource? We in Parliament are now promoting, clawing back on devolution. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying local communities have a better understanding of their specific water needs, and by leaving these water services as intended by the framers of the Constitution in the county governments, will help them tailor the management of this water resource to fit their needs. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill entirely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Mwenye Haji Mohamed.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia msaada wa marekebisho wa sheria ya maji ya mwaka 2016. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningejiunga na wenzangu ambao wametangulia kwa kusema kwamba napinga marekebisho haya, kwa sababu maji ni haki ya msingi ya kila mwanadamu, na kwa Wakenya ni katika haki zetu za msingi. Kwa hivyo mswada huu unajaribu kuweka maji kama biashara ambayo itasababisha wananchi wa Kenya kukosa maji na vile vile pia kupata tabu katika kupata maji. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia mfumo wa sasa, kwa mfano kule Pwani kuna Coast Water Services ambayo inamilikiwa na serikali kuu. Halafu katika kila county kuna shirika ambalo linatoa maji, linauza maji, ambayo kwa mfano Mombasa ni Mombasa Water and Sewerage Services, ambazo wananunua maji kutoka kwa Coast Water na wanauzia wananchi wa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, wananchi wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo huu mswada utapita, ina maana kwamba Coast Water Services Board watakuwa na uhuru wa kuuza maji yale kwa wingi kwa mtu binafsi ama kwa shirika la kibinafsi, na wale ndio watakuja kuuzia wananchi kwa bei ambayo ni ya juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sasa asilimia kubwa ya wakazi wa Mombasa hawapati maji, kwa sababu kwanza maji yanayokuja yenyewe kutoka chemchemi ya Savo ni kidogo, na yale yanayotoka Malindi pia ni kidogo. Kwa hivyo haikimu mahitaji ya watu wa Mombasa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu iwapo utapita, itatoa nafasi kubwa kwa wawekezaji wa binafsi kuuza maji kwa bei ya juu, na kwa vile maji ni kitu cha muhimu kwa maisha ya binadamu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo itakuwa ni kinyume na usalama wa nchi, kwa sababu wananchi wakikosa maji, hiyo itaathiri usalama wao na usalama wa nchi kwa jumla. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la pili ni kwamba kuna shirika ambalo linaitwa Water Storage Authority. Tukiangalia kwa sasa kila sehemu, hakuna sehemu ambayo tunaweza kusema wanaweza kupata maji kwa masaa 24 siku 7 kwa wiki. Kaunti zote, hata Murang'a pia wana changamoto za kuweza kutekeleza hiyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, twaunda shirika la kuhifadhi maji, kustore maji. Litakuwa na kazi gani Mheshimiwa Spika? Tukiangalia kwa mfano kule Pwani, chemchemi ya Savo imekuwa hivyo, ina pipe moja kutoka 1945 ilipoanzishwa mpaka sasa 2024. Serikali imeshindwa kuweka hata pipe moja kutoka Savo kuja kwa mfano Voi, ama kuja Mombasa, ama kuja Kilifi. Wakati Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia makazi yamekuwa ilivyokuwa 1945 Mheshimiwa Spika, si kama ilivyo leo. kwa sababu ukiangalia kuna miji kadhaa imeweza kukua kutoka Savo, kutoka Mtito wa Ndei, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu chemchemi ya Mzima, Mheshimiwa Spika, iko nyuma ya Mtito wa Ndei. Kwa hivyo kutoka hapo, Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia barabara mpaka Mombasa, kuna miji mingi ambayo imeweza kukua kutoka 1945 mpaka sasa, na wote hawa wanategemea pipe moja hiyo ya Mzima Springs. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna haja ya kuwa na shirika ambalo litakuwa linahifadhi haya maji, kwa sababu tumeona kwamba kwa sasa hakuna maji ya kutosha ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila binadamu au kila mwananchi na wanyama pia katika mbuga zetu za wanyamapori wanapata maji ya kutosha kwa matumizi yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, napinga mswada huu na nitakomea hapo. Asante kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to begin by stating that I stand to oppose the bill in its entirety. I will start with the principal object of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I have a problem with the principal object of the bill. The principal object of the bill is stated to be operationalization of private-public partnerships in the water sector. Mr. Speaker, we in Nairobi here have had a taste of perhaps the most famous public-private partnership in the country today, and that is the expressway between Mlolongo and Westlands. Many of the people who can afford to use a toll road will tell you that it has improved their lives. But for the many people in Nairobi who cannot afford to pay toll, I can tell you that the feedback is that the expressway has actually made commuting between Mlolongo and Westlands on the old road extremely difficult and even harder than it was before the expressway was built. Mr. Speaker, this is in addition to a debate we had here last year where the public had to fork out extra money, I think it was about 19 billion shillings, for the rehabilitation of the old Mombasa Road. This is after the private partnership was already in operation and the people with money were enjoying the services of the expressway because they could afford it. Mr. Speaker, I am not against privatization per se, and privatization is not bad in every instance. But I honestly believe that there are some sectors and some things that we should not privatize because of the negative effect it has on the public sector delivery of those same services. I remember when privatization of education began, and many will argue for and against privatization in the education sector. But the general consensus, at least from my perspective, is that it has had a negative effect on service delivery in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, it is also arguable whether privatization of healthcare has resulted in better services, especially in the public sector. Anytime you introduce commercial interest in essential services, Mr. Speaker, the public service, the free service always suffers. So here we are discussing privatization in the water sector. Privatization in the water sector, for me, is undesirable for many reasons. But, Mr. Speaker, those who said water is life knew what they were talking about. If you cannot afford water, you basically cannot afford life. If we are going to be made to pay for life, which is essentially what we are being told is going to happen with the privatization of water, then we are making life itself more expensive and more unbearable. I will give you the example of the water demand in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. As of March 2022, our daily demand in Nairobi is 810 million liters per day. Mr. Speaker, this is against the installed supply capacity of 550 liters a day. We have a deficit of 260 million liters for the residents of Nairobi. Now, you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a situation where at least this 550 million liters of water a day is assured, not even assured, at least it is there on paper for the people of Nairobi. Now, with the passage of this bill, because it is assured because it is in the hands of the public sector, it is in the hands of Nairobi City Water Sewerage Company, which is an entity owned by the county government of Nairobi, which is an entity that belongs to the people of the county of Nairobi. Now, this bill passes and it says that a private entity, people with capacity and money, people with muscle, can be able to come and say, out of the 550 liters of water that Nairobi gets a day, we have the capacity to buy half of that amount of water. Say 200 million liters per day goes with a private entity, because that is what you have empowered them to do through the bulk purchases that are being proposed in this amendment. What that does is that the public can only rely on Nairobi Water to supply 300,000 liters of water per day, because 200,000 are now in the hands of a private company. Then what happens to that private company? Those private companies will not prioritize the majority of the people of Nairobi who cannot afford to buy water, even at the current rates that have been imposed by the Nairobi City County Water and Sewerage Company. Mr. Speaker, you will be commercializing life itself in this city, so that those with the capacity to buy the water, just like the people who can be able to afford to fly over the poor on the expressway in Nairobi are doing right now, will be able to purchase all the water that is available in Nairobi, and the people will suffer, the ordinary people who are the majority in this county. Mr. Speaker, this is why I'm saying that this is one of those areas that should not be commercialized, that in fact it is an essential service. You must distinguish between essential services and other services. The people of Nairobi can survive in traffic, but you cannot survive without water, Mr. Speaker. Number two, there is no provision, having painted that picture, Mr. Speaker, there is no provision that will then determine that or put in place a mechanism for equity. Yes, you have the financial muscle to buy all the water in Nairobi, but should we allow you to do it because you have the capacity to do it? What happens to all the other people who are not able to be loaded onto this private entity that will be supplying water? So the equity mechanism, I don't see it in the bill. It would have been nice if they were told that for you to get that commercial enterprise, you must develop extra capacity. Extra capacity has to be developed first before we give you contracts to supply water commercially. But if they are coming to eat into the already or the current installed capacity, which I've already demonstrated to you, already has a deficit, then we are going to have problems, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I had opportunity to have a conversation at some point with the Director General of the Nairobi City Water County Water and Sewerage Board, Engineer Muguna. And he tried to explain to me, now that this is already a scarce commodity, how do you determine who gets water and who doesn't? And there is a very complex matrix that they use there, Mr. Speaker. Of course, you will see that they will prioritize important security installations. They will prioritize the CBD because they want to encourage businesses to happen. You don't want major conferences happening at, say, the KICC, international conferences, and then there's no water in the CBD. You don't want to have a situation that you don't have water at your international airports, for instance. You have seen the outrage that follows when there is a blackout at JKIA. The same for water, because it's an essential commodity. And then you come to the regions in Nairobi. Who gets water on which day? Who doesn't get water on what day? Because we are already facing a deficit, Mr. Speaker. So this commercialization, I believe, is going to make Engineer Muguna's work even worse. If you take away any single drop of water from the capacity that is installed right now, the people at Nairobi Water are going to have a problem on who gets water on which days and who doesn't get water, and there are going to be people who will not get water at all, simply because the commercial interests, the commercial entities that will be running that water supply will be determining who gets that water, and it is going to be a commercial relationship. If you have the money, you will get the water every time in the quantities that you want. But if you are not able to afford, you are on your own. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, there is a concern about the loss of revenue to the entities that are owned by the county government. Mr. Speaker, loss of revenue also translates to loss of jobs. Many workers currently working at the county-owned water services companies are concerned, Mr. Speaker, that once you shift a bulk of the supply of water to private hands, there is no guarantee that their jobs will continue to be tenable. It is very possible that we are staring at job losses. And there is no mechanism in the bill as currently drafted, Mr. Speaker, to ring fence or to protect the people currently working at Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, so that after these commercial contracts have been signed, after the water is now in private hands, after these private companies are the ones running the water business, is there any guarantee that the people working for the Nairobi County Water and Sewerage Company will continue to be in employment? I have not seen that assurance in the bill. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the question of infrastructure that has been touched on by some of my colleagues. We have already worked and invested a lot of money as a county in Nairobi to put in place the infrastructure, not just for the collection of water, but actually for the distribution of water. Is there any provision in the bill that assures us that the commercial interests, the commercial companies, once they take over the bulk water, will develop their own distribution infrastructure? Will that infrastructure be flying on top of our existing infrastructure the way that the expressway does? What is it going to do to the infrastructure that already exists? If there are disruptions in service because of ongoing construction of parallel infrastructure, who is going to bear the cost of repairs? Are we going to be told again as taxpayers in Nairobi to bear the cost of repairs to our existing infrastructure because of construction of new infrastructure, just like we were told to bear the cost of repairing the old Mombasa Road? I have not been assured in the current bill that any of those things have been thought about. Mr. Speaker, I had my governor, Johnson Sakaja, just recently in a church service, saying that we have secured as a city 15 billion shillings for new water projects, which is to increase the capacity of the city county to be able to provide this precious commodity. I don't know where that leaves us. Is this 15 billion shillings supposed to be for the people of Nairobi, for the development of the capacity of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company? Or we are doing this so that we can be able to enable private entities to come in as suppliers of water? Mr. Speaker, there's a project that is ongoing called the Northern Collector Tunnel. At the completion of the first phase, we are expecting an additional 140 million liters of water per day. That is going to maybe dent the deficit of 220 million liters a day by about half. There is still need for development of further capacity for the people of Nairobi to enjoy water on a daily basis in the quantities that they desire. What is going to happen if this bill becomes law? Mr. Speaker, I want to stop there because I am not convinced. I am not convinced, in addition to the questions raised by my colleagues about the fact that this being a devolved function, the national government is overreaching. It's overreaching in its attempt to manage the water sector, yet the fourth schedule of the Constitution specifies water and water services as a devolved function. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I stand to oppose the bill in its entirety, and I've heard people telling us that if you are unhappy with provisions of the bill, you can bring amendments. I am one of those people who has brought amendments to bills that I thought were unfavorable, unconstitutional, and overreaching in their provisions. But those very same amendments have been defeated here. And the question I'm asking myself, how do you amend something that is fundamentally flawed from the beginning? I want to convince my colleagues that please don't tell us to amend something that is unconstitutional. You don't amend something that is unconstitutional to make it constitutional. You throw it away, you throw it out. That is the only solution for unconstitutional provisions of a bill that, such as the one that we are dealing with here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Senator Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to weigh in on this bill, on the Water Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, before I either oppose or support this bill, I want to say that my biggest worry with this bill is that we are taking away from devolution, that we are going back to centralizing matters that have already been devolved. When I read some of the amendments, particularly just a statement such as the one there on 2A, at the national government level a state department, agency, or state corporation which intends to have its functions undertaken by a private party. We are basically saying that after the introduction of devolution and after devolving functions for purposes of efficiency such that the people on the county and the grassroots these matters, and not only are we centralizing it, it's also we want to commercialize it. Now, do I have a problem with it, with water being commercialized? I don't think the problem is water being commercialized. The question then becomes, by commercializing this service, are we actually bringing the cost down? Are we ensuring that now all the Kenyans in every single part of this country are receiving the water? That is the main question, because some people will say we don't want to commercialize it. But if you look at some of the things that we're dealing with under Kenya Power, we are always pushing to have it commercialized so that we can have competition, so that we can have so many other players to bring down the cost of electricity. So commercializing it is not the problem. The problem is, are we actually, in the guise of making amendments, centralizing back powers that have been devolved and making the provision of water more expensive? Because when I read through this proposed bill, I tend to have a feeling that we are trying to even move it closer to the problems such as the KPLC problems that we have right now. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that provision of basic needs, water included there, being a basic need, we must ask ourselves whether we are amending for the interests of Kenyans or whether we are amending for the interests of very few players in a commercial space, Mr. Speaker. I have heard Senator Sifuna talking about the investment that national government and even county governments have put on infrastructure for provision of water. It takes me back to a time when we have been able to see certain individuals using government offices to go and give crazy proposals to seek loans for purposes of investment of infrastructure for whatever field. In this particular point, this agency that we want to create will have the power, the mandate to go out, seek loans, stating that they want to bring development in terms of infrastructure of water. But then how do we account and how do we make sure that those loans do not, trickle down to now the mwananchi? At the end of the day, you'll be told, now maji imepanda, the water has gone up because of the loans that we took on infrastructure. I think if we're talking about ensuring that water provision is being is effective down to the grassroots, then let us talk about all these amendments, but from a grassroots and a devolved perspective, such that if we're talking about having PPPs, private-public partnerships, let us talk about PPPs on a county, on a devolved unit, so that we are not losing the water service providers in terms of now centralizing them back to a national government and then having them negotiate with national government on provision of water to their people. Mr. Speaker, for me, it is imperative that the fundamental question here is, are we legislating for the interests of Kenyan people, for Kenyans, or the interest of a few individuals who want to commercialize a specific industry for their own benefit? Mr. Speaker, when I read some of the clauses in this bill, I just begin to wonder, first of all, why this bill originated from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, anytime we are proposing bills here in the Senate and they touch on issues to do with money, it is even the legal departments that will advise you that, Mheshimiwa, this bill you are trying to legislate is actually a money bill and should therefore originate from the National Assembly. In that same spirit, I am wondering why there is a bill that is touching on devolution and county assemblies originating from the National Assembly. Yet, the Senate is mandated to oversight issues on county assemblies and devolution. So it also, I then question whoever, and with all due respect, because we are all legislators, why did this bill originate from the National Assembly? This is something that we should have been, as senators, been allowed to discuss at the Senate, because it touches particularly on devolved functions and on county assemblies and county governments, so that we can say, okay, yes, we need to make the space of water provision efficient for Kenyans. So let us sit down as legislators who are oversighting county governments and devolved units and talk about how to make water provision more effective for Kenyans. So, Mr. Speaker, I think having said that, you know, when I stood, I was not sure whether I was supporting or I was opposing. I actually stood, I said, you know what, let me just speak my mind, and then maybe at the end of it I will know. But the more I speak and the more I put my points there, I know that this is a bill that has been fronted by the majority leader, and but I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I have got communication to make with regards to our visiting institution, and in the public gallery we have 48 students accompanied by 6 teachers from Lesirwa Secondary School in Kericho County who are undertaking an educational visit in the Senate. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you, and I would request the Majority Whip on behalf of the Senator for Kericho to also, under 1 minute, welcome the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Leader of the Majority, who is also the Senator for Kericho, I would like to welcome the young people to the Senate. I know you are going to miss him. You would have loved to see him debate. He's a very good debater here. And on his behalf, I want to assure you that you come from a unique community, a sporting community, and as young children, I'm sure many of you would have wanted to run like Kelvin Kiptum. The entire Senate is also mourning with you young people from that area, and we wish you well. I hope one of you will fit the large shoes of Kiptum, the late, because you seem to have the DNA of running. Not that I envy you, I also come from a community with the DNA of playing soccer. So, Mr. Speaker, my pleasure, and I wish the young people well and a good stay in the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Majority Whip. Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that opportunity. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to declare that I'm going to oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, I have had an opportunity as the chair of the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee to have audit review sessions with over 80 water service providers in this country. And my committee has done a wonderful job to try and deal with the challenges that we have noted. And the challenges are not just management challenges, but also we have other challenges which, if addressed, will be able to sort out the problem we have had with the water provision in our counties. In these review meetings, Mr. Speaker, we have noted that the water service providers in our counties were seen to be autonomous from the county government, because the Ministry of Water was dealing directly with the water service providers and overlooking the county governments. But we have been able, Mr. Speaker, successfully to to take away ownership of these water companies from the boards of those water companies to the county governments. And Mr. Speaker, this has had a great effect on the issue of provision of water. One example, Mr. Speaker, a county where water service provision was being managed badly was your own county, Mr. Speaker. The other one was Murang'a County, where cartels were running water companies without the involvement of county government. We have been able to take it back to the county government and made a raft of recommendations on how these water companies should run. Mr. Speaker, when I read this bill, all that efforts that we have done as a committee are going to waste. Because this bill tries to do the contrary. Mr. Speaker, because of the challenges that we noted when we were looking at the audit reports, we decided as a committee to do an inquiry on water investments in our counties. And we invited the regional waterworks companies. We have invited WASREP. We have invited WASPA, which is an association of water service providers. We have invited the Ministry of Water. We have invited the Treasury. We have invited the Attorney General. And Mr. Speaker, this Friday, we are going to have an engagement as a committee with the Council of Governors Committee on Water, where 7 governors are going to attend. And in this meeting, we are going to discuss what are the possible solutions of dealing with these challenges in the water sector. But Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that this bill is being rushed in this House, whereas a committee of this House is seeking solutions which it will bring to this House for debate. And this bill is running contrary to what we are doing. I want to give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We have the regional waterworks companies. We have the Rift Valley Waterworks, Central Rift Waterworks, North Rift Waterworks. We have Northern Kenya Waterworks. We have Lake Victoria North and Victoria South. We have Coast Water. We have Tanathi. We have Athi Water. Mr. Speaker, I want to say in this House, following our engagement with this waterworks company, this regional waterworks company are a waste to this country. What they do, Mr. Speaker, is that they only sit there to write proposals to get funding from donors. Then once the money comes, they build water projects without the engagement of counties, and then they purport to hand over those water projects to counties, just a mere letter. And in those agreements, governors are not involved in negotiating those agreements. It's only the Treasury. The Ministry of Water is involved, but the counties are not involved. And then they come and build waterworks, then they leave them there idle, or they hand over to themselves. Mr. Speaker, we have found out that the loans that were taken by these water companies have never been repaid. Billions of money. They have never been repaid. But what this bill is doing is simply giving those companies more powers. More powers in bulk water supply, more powers in even doing what county water service providers are supposed to be doing. So as Senator Sifuna is saying, we are going to see a situation where water service providers in the counties are going to die. People are going to lose employment. And now, effectively, it will mean that the regional waterworks companies, which belong to the national government, will basically be doing 100% work of providing water in our counties. Are we going to sit here as a Senate to approve this fraud? Of course, no. Article of the Constitution empowers us to protect counties. Mr. Speaker, and I want to implore my colleagues, if we pass this bill here today, we will basically be saying this country does not need the Senate. We better go home. If we can allow ourselves to pass this bill, that is the verdict the people of Kenya are going to say about us. Mr. Speaker, the issue of bulk water supply. Bulk water supply cannot be a national government function only. Allow the counties to develop capacities to do bulk water supply. But this bill simply limits that to the national government by giving that role to the regional waterworks authorities and the storage water authority. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about privatization, we all support privatization. But we must know that public-private partnerships are not cheap, they're expensive. So what we are going to see is a scenario where the cost of water is going to shoot up. It's going to go up. The moment we pass this bill, that is what is going to happen. Mr. Speaker, this House exists to protect devolution. But the biggest enemy of devolution in this country, and I want to say it today, is the bureaucrats in government. They are the ones who scheme to bring such bills to this House. If you are not careful, you pass them. But once you pass them, you are passing corruption. The billions of money that Kenyan people have been forced to borrow on those water projects that have not been paid, this bill is going to sanitize that. Mr. Speaker, I would request my colleagues, if you allow, that this bill be stood down. Allow the committee that was doing this work to bring a report to this House, read it through, see the challenges, look at the solutions, then we can look at this bill, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you are going to appreciate that this bill is the worst bill I have ever seen since I started working as a member of parliament. It will not just take water provision to the national government, but it's going to create worse problems in the water sector. When you say the regulation of water, which has been done by this WASREB, and we have had problems with the WASREB, because WASREB is regulating water, but is a national body which is being financed by water service providers which are in counties. They don't receive any budget from the exchequer. They don't receive any exchequer from the national government, but they are financed by the water service providers which are based in counties. And now you are saying that these people are now the ones who are going to license who provides bulk water, including private companies. And at the same time, they are being financed by county governments. Mr. Speaker, we have to relook at these things in totality and make the right decision, and I believe the right decision is total rejection of this bill. And we are not talking politics here, my colleagues from the other side. It is not politics. This is basically one devolution, which every senator here, regardless of which political party brought you to this House, you have a role to protect devolution. Number two, we do not want to be part of the mess that the Senate that passed this motion has created more mess in the water sector than resolving the problems. Mr. Speaker, allow us to go and handle the engagement with the COG and do a report which we will bring to this House that members can go through, and it is going to be the best guide to deal with this challenge that we have before us, because of having an engagement with over 80 water service providers and also the various entities in the water sector, so that we give you the best way forward. Mr. Speaker,
I oppose.
Thank you so much, Senator Osotsi. I call upon Senator Abbas Mohammed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Actually, it's a very unfortunate situation. Yesterday when I was talking here, I said the devolution is under attack. And one of the team that wants to capture this house is the leadership in the National Assembly. It's a very unfortunate situation that the National Assembly now become a renegade to the welfare of Kenyans. That bills have been hashed, and actually it is actually detrimental to the welfare of Kenyans. Water is a very essential service, commodity. It's a natural gift from God. We don't object to commercialize it, but unfortunately, how it is done is not acceptable. Because water is totally devolved function. We have got over 20 water agencies in this country. We don't even know what they do. They use a lot of taxpayers' money. And as rightly said by my colleague Osisi, they get loans, the money is misused, and nobody is paying it. It's just the taxpayers' money is actually being held in custody. And I don't know when we're going to pay that money. Now, the thing I'm seeing now, the only thing remaining to tax or to commercialize is the air we breathe. Because everything is being commercialized. It's not bad, but you must choose what you want to commercialize in this world, this country. And I pray that the air we breathe will not be commercialized. Otherwise, as it is, it's a very unfortunate situation. Honorable Speaker, water is life, an essential service. Because if you now commercialize water, especially the bulk water, Kenyans are surviving on irrigation. The food that we take, the sugar that we harvest, everything is actually being used for irrigation is water from the rivers. If you commercialize this water, then food production cost increases, the cost of food increases, the accessibility to water becomes very costly. And this country, I don't know where we're going to end now. So, Honorable Speaker, there will be a lot of restrictions. You see, just take an example. Kenya Power Lighting has some dams around Embu, many places. Sometimes those community, that community goes without water. The water is in the dam, the next neighborhood does not have water. So if you don't want to commercialize each and every single cubic meter of water, then it's going to be very unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, that bill is actually in bad taste, and it will be rejected in totality. For one, I am coming from a pastoral area. Tomorrow when you say that the bulk water will be commercialized, my animals cannot access the river. We cannot afford to pay. We can't afford to pay water. Animals will die. Yeah? Because the rivers will be restricted. The dams will be restricted. So we're going to miss water for animals. Because now it's been actually, we're complaining of drought and all these things. Tomorrow when water is commercialized, then I think the most disadvantaged people will be my own community who keep animals at large numbers. And about 20% of Kenya now thrive on those animals. Therefore, we have been told that we're going to build low-cost housing. A very good idea. Yes, that's so that Kenyans can access affordable houses. What is happening today? Houses are being demolished. People are missing their own houses. The same houses that have been constructed, is not going to the poor. It is not going to the owner of the house that you demolished. So what are you doing? So this is actually unfortunate, a very, very unfortunate situation. I think there's a lot of affinity for commercialization. Yes, we have no problem if it's going to bring development. But you must actually digest whatever action the government is going to take. And I want to tell our colleagues in the National Assembly, stop being renegade to this country, that they want to take and handle everything. And I said the other day, yesterday, when I said that the village is under attack, this is actually one of the things that's going to finish devolution. Because, honestly, you see, you are giving somebody who has never invested in any of the area. The rivers are flowing. The labs have been done in Wajir, and done in Nyeri, in Muranga, and everywhere. Then somebody just comes with a bag of money, takes over the water, he benefits out of it and makes a business out of it, billions out of it. This is what's happening in the housing business. The low-cost houses, the government land is taken, it is not valued, it is not costed, it is just taken freely. Somebody builds a house, he sells to you again. So what are we doing here? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think, you know, I was just talking the other day, I was looking at a TV, and it was what's happening now in Israel and Gaza. The Gaza cannot even access the rivers. So if you give to a commercial person these rivers and these dams you're talking about, then you will never access water again. You can see what's happening in Nairobi. We are thriving on water business. This city does not even have, the water is there, it's flowing. The water is there, available, but this is commercialized. So everybody has bought a water buzzer, the taps are closed, and then we're buying water at a very expensive cost, I mean a high cost. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to oppose this motion, this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. I'm calling upon Senator Muma Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to this bill. Mr. Speaker, we all know that water is a devolved function. Mr. Speaker, currently we have a number of water companies that have been providing services, and Mr. Speaker, we need to be transitioning to a level where water services are fully devolved. This bill, as provided, is in bad taste, in my view. Mr. Speaker, when this government came in, one of the things they promised was to support devolution fully. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say to our team in the majority side that this bill does not support devolution. In fact, it reverses devolution. Mr. Speaker, I am a vice chair in the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. One of the things we've been trying to do is to get a meeting with the national government department in charge of devolution to actually churn a way out in which we can establish better intergovernmental relations between national government and county governments. My suggestion is that this meeting is long overdue. I can see my chair, Honorable Abbas, is there. It will be important to pass some level of sensitization by the Senate to the national government around the issue of devolution. Otherwise, we will keep passing laws that are going to be stopped in courts. And then the courts will be under attack for failing or stopping the implementation of laws, and yet they will have done their job to protect devolution. Mr. Speaker, this law is one such law that requires that we have a proper conversation. It is purporting to bring in matters PPP, but this country has a law on PPP. A law that itself needs actually to be amended because it has
Honorable Senators, we may rise. It is now 1 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 14th of February, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Provide proper facilities in order to facilitate you to carry out your constitutional mandate in a suitable environment. Honorable members, you will further recall that on the 21st November 2023, I directed the clerk to circulate to all members the revised members' rules for the members' restaurant. I now instruct the clerk to publish the rules and instruct alongside the clerk of the Senate and the Director General to ensure they are enforced. I also urge all members to observe the said rules, particularly Rule number 3, seating restrictions, Rule number 4, admissions of visitors, Rule number 5, dress code, Rule number 6, conduct of members, and Rule number 7, conduct of visitors. In conclusion, honorable members, as we embark on the legislative agenda of the National Assembly, for the third session, I urge you all to carry out the sacrosanct duty of being representatives of the people with all dedication. I also wish you success individually as members and collectively as a House as you carry out this noble national duty for the welfare of our people. And I truly wish that from now on we'll have no quorum hitch at the beginning of every session of the House. I thank you. Members at the bar, take your seats. Hold your horses, Senior Counsel. Take your seats, honorable members. Order. Freeze where you are, those who are in the walkway. Order, honorable members. Order. The Honorable Jeho. Is it Jeho? Eh? Odugon. Odugon. I'm sure by now you know when the speaker is on his feet or her feet, there's no walking around by members. You freeze where you are. Honorable members have a short communication to recognize a visiting delegation from the National Assembly of Zambia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of Zambia, comprising of the first Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Chisangano Malungo, MP. The second Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Moyo Moses Frank, MP. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by 6 officers of the National Assembly of Zambia, led by the Deputy Clerk, Mr. Stephen Kawimbe. The delegation is in the country on a study visit to benchmark on the mental health practices and policies that the Parliament of Kenya has put in place for members and staff. The delegation seeks to learn ways of addressing systemic challenges and mitigation measures on mental health at the workplace. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the Assembly, I welcome them to the House of Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay. I thank you. Yes, Honorable Senior Counsel Otienda Mola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the other members make their way to the chamber, I rise under Standing Order number 1 as read with Standing Order number 29. If the Honorable Wamboka Wanami will take his seat, I will prosecute my point shortly. Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order number 1, it gives you discretion to give direction on any matter not expressly provided for. Under Standing Order number 29, it allows a member or members to request the leader of majority and or the leader of minority for a special sitting. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, a significant number of members, totaling 41, did request a special sitting to discuss the very important matter of non-disbursement of CDF funds in this country. Mr. Speaker, that communication issued on 1st of February and was duly copied to your office. Mr. Speaker, we have today resumed our regular sittings, but without a response or directions on that request. So the first point of direction, Mr. Speaker, is for you to guide where members who themselves are the one to sit request a special sitting and it is not constituted, how should that request be treated? Mr. Speaker, secondly, your direction on another important thing. On the 5th of December 2023, Mr. Speaker, at the continued push by members, you did issue communication, having been given information that the funds would be disbursed before the end of December. That was on 5th of December. It now appears, Mr. Speaker, that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury may have misled our Speaker. Where a Cabinet Secretary who is answerable to this House misleads the leader of this House, how should we treat that? Mr. Speaker, I know that we are yet to constitute the House Business Committee. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an important matter where we need direction, because the directions that we are given or we take may well constitute our consideration of whether the House Business Committee as proposed is appropriate or not. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I do not imagine what other businesses we can be discussing when Kenyans are at home, students are at home, because we've not disbursed those funds. Mr. Speaker, without that, I think this sitting should be suspended until further notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Otienda Amolo, Senior Counsel, you have a legitimate point, but your prescription is unnecessarily drastic. We can resolve the issue without suspending our sitting, particularly on day 1, when we want, in fact, to facilitate you to move the motion if you wish for members to debate. Number 1, the letter you wrote, you addressed to the majority leader and the minority leader, only copied to Mr. Speaker. And it's those two leaders who would have then motioned the Speaker to call for a special sitting. None of them did. Order, honorable members, order. So it is not within the Speaker's competence to call for a special sitting. It's within the Speaker's competence to convene a special sitting when he has been motioned by a member, and it's the leadership. But it's now water under the bridge. We are sitting anyway. So we can allocate you time at an appropriate time, not today, so that you can discuss this important issue. Today being the first day, order CNN, I'm sure you know the standing orders. Today being the first day, we don't have a House Business Committee. So there is no business that has been approved and designated to be transacted. Understanding order number 1, today after we've cleared the motion on House business, I will only exercise my discretion to allow the woman rep for Elgeyo Marakwet to make a statement on the tragedy that befell one of our most rising athletic stars. It will be a very short statement. I have approved it for the CDF issue. Tomorrow, if you wish, you can file a motion of adjournment, and I'll give you time to debate. But before we do that, I think we will allow the majority leader tomorrow to bring a statement on the issue of disbursement of CDF. I did see a letter written to Mr. Speaker from the Treasury, and I passed it on to the clerk, detailing how the Treasury intends to disburse your CDF and conclude before the next financial year like they did last year. As to the timings, it's administrative, and I'll leave it to the majority leader, who is your interface with the government, to handle and report to the House tomorrow morning. It's so directed. Yes, Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to just seek your clarification on the communication that you gave, especially on the lapse of business. Yes. And this is specific to questions, yes, being that this is a new model where we have the cabinet secretaries come here and answer questions. And my question and clarification, Mr. Speaker, is that what happens if you file a question and there is no other interest? And I say that because I filed a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture and Arts in April last year. But there has been no other member interested to warrant the CS to come. Why would I be disenfranchised as a member because I was queuing to actually kill that business, yet it was not responded to? I would like your clarification on that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Majority Leader, you've heard what the Honorable Member for Gilgil has said, that in bringing ministers to this House, it matters not how many questions have been filed. I think give each dog an opportunity to have a bite. So bring ministers regardless of the number of questions, so that each minister can come and face the House, and supplementaries may arise therefrom. So that, of course, priority goes to those with heavy questions and many questions, but even those with one question, like Wangari's question, you can edge them in for 10, 15 minutes, they finish, then you go to the ones with more questions. Yes, Junet, you have a point of order? Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided fully by your direction on the earlier matter of the CDF.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, you are also right that we need to have the House Business Committee so that we get into motion,
yes,
so that we can do business of the House. But Mr. Speaker, the fear of the members is that, if I may bring it to your attention, is that once House gets into business as supposed to be, the executive will not honor their word, they will not keep their word, it will be business as usual. And some of the reasons why the members are raising this matter ahead of the constitution of the House Business Committee is actually to paralyze the House, so that members can get their CDF in time and money can be released to those accounts, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, how those fears will be allayed. Because if we go back into business as required, because this is the first day of our meeting, of our sitting, then it will be business as usual also for the Treasury Minister. And you will assume that Parliament now is sitting normal. What is this message that we can send to him, that we are serious on this matter and will not relent, Mr. Speaker? And one of the things that members have agreed upon to be as a whip that I can bring to attention is to paralyze the House once and for all, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, don't allow the House business motion to be moved until money is released to the account of the CDF, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Junet, you know one of the most important strategic thinking components is you must choose your battles very carefully. If you want to do what you're saying you want to do, paralyze a properly constituted House. There's no point paralyzing a House that is not a House yet. Because if you do that, even if you want to frog march the minister here, to flog him and grill him and do whatever you want with him, he cannot come because you will not be properly constituted. So choose your battles very carefully. So what I have a letter which I'll share with the majority and minority leaders from the minister dated 9th January 2024 to Mr. Speaker, detailing how they intend to disburse your funds. And now it's up to them to also do a follow-up. I'll ask the clerk to pass it on to them. The Speaker is not in the habit of reading letters written to him or on the floor of the House. The letter will be shared between the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party. After we constitute the House Business Committee, I'll give them more direction on what to do. Yes, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by wishing all the members a Happy New Year, including yourself. We agree with your direction, Honorable Speaker, and we respect it. But I think it's also important to learn the lessons. Honorable Speaker, on 5th December, you as the head of this independent institution called Parliament, you did communicate to this House and indicated to us that by 20th December, we'll be getting our CDF into our accounts. So even as we support you, Honorable Speaker, our concern would be a situation where the Honorable Speaker, who is the head of this institution, will keep on giving official communication to this House, and the letter and the spirit of that communication is never respected. So, Honorable Speaker, we want to agree with you that we have whatever, we continue, but I think, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that whatever you communicate to us as our boss is respected by all other authorities in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You. I think we should, on the same issue. Yes, KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order number 1. Mr. Speaker, I would require your attention. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on standing order number 1, invoking your discretion, asking for you to actually call this House to order and get onto the procedural business that we need to do so that we can constitute this House properly, because everything that we discuss now, it holds no water, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is an effort in futility to go into a debate before we have constituted the House properly. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon you and just pleading with you to use your discretion and get into the business of the day so that we can constitute the House properly, and that any business that we prosecute will be properly and procedurally before the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Yes. Majority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and wish to welcome all members back to the House as I lay the papers. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table and the House today, Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. 1. Legal notice number 170 of 2023 relating to the Capital Markets Alternative Investment Funds Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Secondly, legal notice number 171 of 2023 relating to the Capital Markets Credit Rating Agencies Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 3. Legal notice number 172 of 2023 relating to the Capital Markets Public Offers, Listing and Disclosures Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 4. Legal notice number 173 of 2023 relating to the Capital Markets Collective Investment Schemes Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 5. The Public Procurement Capacity Building Levy Order 2023 from the National Treasury. 6. the proposed public-private partnerships regulations 2023 from the National Treasury. 7, report of the Auditor General and on national government for the financial year 2023 and 2022-2023. And finally, performance audit report on conservation of heritage sites by the National Museums of Kenya for February 2023 from the Office of the Auditor General. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, let me allow the Honorable Ngelechei to make her short statement. When she finishes, I'll give 3 on this side and 3 on this side to eulogize the late Kelvin Kiptum, and thereafter we go to the next motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving the people of Elgeyo Marakwet this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the untimely passing on of a marathon world record holder, Mr. Kevin Kiptum, on Sunday, 11th February 2024. Honorable Speaker, members will recall that on 12th October 2023, I rose under Standing Order 259D to notify the House of the great achievement of Mr. Kevin Kiptum, who had on 8th October 2023 broken the world record holder.
Order, honorable members, order whips. Can we hear the Honorable Ngelechei in some reasonable degree of silence? I know there's exuberance of post-holiday. Go on, Ngelechei.
Let me start it again, Honorable Speaker. DK. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you once again for giving the people of Elgeyo Marakwet this opportunity. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the untimely passing on of a marathon world record holder, Mr. Kevin Kiptum, on Sunday, 11th February 2024. Honorable Speaker, members will recall that on 12th October 2023, I rose under Standing Order 259D to notify the House of the great achievements of Mr. Kevin Kiptum, who had on 8th October 2023 broken the world marathon record at Chicago Marathon, becoming the fastest marathoner in the world with a time of 2 hours and 35 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the tribute of the House to the national hero were recorded with great compliments. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore with a heavy heart that today the nation mourns the loss of this great sportsman following a tragic road accident on 11th February 2023. At the young age of 24 years, Mr. Kiptum had achieved what many athletes would only dream of. He had successfully conquered Valencia, Chicago, London Marathon, among other top competitions, to which he has left a triumphant legacy as the fastest marathoner of his time, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it was expected that this conquering sequence would be replicated in the upcoming 2024 Olympics. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Kiptum's narrative transcends the mere passage of time, standing as a testament of his unyielding determination and unwavering fortitude. He was a beacon of hope not only to the people of his village, Chepsamo village, his ward, Kaptarakwa ward, Keyo South constituency of Elgeyo Marakwet County, but also to the many in the country and beyond. I wish to therefore take this early opportunity to condole with the family and his friends of the late Mr. Kevin Kiptum, the athletics fraternity, and the people of Kenya at large for the loss of the extraordinary sportsman. Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, may I request that we all stand to observe a minute of silence in honor of the departed sportsman.
All honorable members, can you be upstanding? Can we all be upstanding? And let's observe a minute's silence in honor of the young hero.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Amen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Galeche, you have done the Speaker's job. I will now allow 3 on either side. Member for Keio South. Member for Keio South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Gideon.
I join my colleague, the woman Rebel Keio Marakwet, in mourning the demise of Kelvin Kiptum. Kelvin Kiptum comes from my constituency.
Take 2 minutes, huh?
In a village called Chepsamu, and we are actually neighbors at home. I knew Kelvin Kiptum personally. We've interacted. He was a member of athletics committee in my constituency, and we are planning great things together. We sympathize with the family. We mourn with the family, his spouse, the father and the mother. Actually, Kelvin was the only son in that family, the only child, actually. We mourn with the constituency of Keio South. I lead the constituency in mourning the death of Kelvin. But Mr. Speaker, as we mourn the death of Kelvin, some actions must be taken by the Ministry of Sports. We remember the death of Wanjiru, who was a promising star. Actually, he died at the age of 24, the same as Kelvin Kiptum. Another several. We remember the lady who was killed in Iten under mysterious circumstances. So we call on the Ministry of Sports that they must take our athletes seriously, because some of them are young and they are promising careers, but they are left on their own. But when they are outside there, when they represent Kenya, we all celebrate. But once they are here, they are left on their own. We must ask the Ministry of Sports to support our athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jalango.
Thank you so much. The constituency of Langata joins the whole country in mourning the death of Kelvin Kiptum, a rising star, and this is so sad that he was supposed to represent the country in the 2024 Olympics in Paris, France. But even as we mourn the death of Kelvin, having listened to what his father said, I think there should be a thorough investigation to what actually caused the accident. And apart from that, we need and request that our athletes be treated as VIPs and be given security, and all our top athletes who represent this country bring the accolades, and they're always just celebrated. Immediately, they get their medals. After that, they are forgotten about. Kindly, we request that a thorough investigation be done to the cause of this accident that led to the death of Kelvin Kiptum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kama mama Mombasa nachukua fursa hii
kutoa rambirambi zangu za pole pamoja na wakazi wa Mombasa kwa familia ya Kevin Kiptum. Alikuwa ni shujaa, alikuwa kijana mahiri katika mbio, na mimi sana naweza kupeleka pole zangu kwa babake ambaye alilia sana kwa uchungu, akisema ni mtoto wake wa pekee. Na alisema, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikinukuu, kuwa kuna watu walikwenda nyumbani, alikuwa hajui ni watu gani, lakini wakawa wamesema wametumwa kutoka sehemu fulani. Kwa hiyo na mimi pia naweza kupigia pondo nikisema hii yake ichunguzwe, ijulikaniwe, pengine kuna mkono wa mtu ama ni vipi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na si yeye peke yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikumbuke pia na mabinti zetu, watoto wetu wa kike ambao wameuliwa hivi karibuni ovyo ovyo. Mwenyezi Mungu pia na Mheshimiwa Spika, pia natoa rambirambi zangu za pole kwa familia zao, na niweze kusema kuwa serikali iweze kuangalia vifo hivi vinavyotokea hasa kwa kina mama, ni vipo vya kusikitisha sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for allowing me to join my colleagues in sending message of condolence to the family of our athlete, Kelvin Kiptum. Honorable Speaker, this is a very sad moment for our country and for a young man at the age of 24 losing his life at just not even before his prime. Honorable Speaker, I think what I would urge the Ministry of Sports to do is that we need to have a culture or a format in which we are able to counsel our athletes, make sure that we are able to advise them on how to even, once they qualify to become good athletes, they can be able to be guided properly so that they can be able to live in a more better way. Especially, Honorable Speaker, sometimes you look at some of the athletes who have made this country great, and you look at the life they are leading is in abject poverty after many years of doing very well, making a lot of money for the country and for themselves, and they're ending up in a miserable state. So we need to be able to even guide them on how they can invest and make better lives for themselves later on. We've seen some who have done very successfully. We've seen recently there's others who have even put up the Leo village in Eldoret, which is a very innovative way of retirement. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to join the colleagues to say pole sana to the family of Kelvin Kiptum, pole sana to the parent losing his only son, and pole to my colleague, the member for Keyo South, for the loss of his constituent.
Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the young people of Kenya to express my sincere condolences to Kelvin Kiptum and also to his Rwandese coach, who also perished in the same road accident. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to join my colleagues, even as we say pole to the family, having lost a dependent. And this goes back to the question that Honorable Martha Wangari raised, because we raised questions here concerning the sports, the nature of the insurance and the life insurance for our sports people, so that even such families can get to benefit from life insurance. Honorable Speaker, secondly, I just also want to express my condolences to the people of Kenya, and also to just say that in the last 2 days, we've seen a lot of insensitive information going out on social media. And I'd just like to urge fellow Kenyans that we should not jump into conclusions, and we should be very careful in terms of the things that we're saying out there, because they're insensitive and they're not fair to the family. Honorable Speaker, once again, my sincere apologies to the family and to my colleague, the member of Elgeyo Marakwet, and also to Keyo. Thank you.
Mutunga, member for...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also pass on my condolences to the family of Kelvin Kiptum. Honorable Speaker, this is a young man who was right at the top of the world, having worked his way through. Honorable Speaker, it was an encouragement to many, and many Kenyans for that matter, because when he flies the flag of this country, in those areas where he has won marathon, he makes Kenya proud. He takes our position on the map. Honorable Speaker, to mourn this young man, this great leader in marathon, I call upon the Kenyans who are engaged in this particular game to work very hard and practice very hard to still take this position because it's a Kenyan position. Honorable Speaker, to the family, the friends, and even neighbors of this fallen hero, we pass our condolences. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I've taken 3-3. I had promised 3-3. We have done 3-3. I think we can stop there. Honorable Tim, you will speak another time. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 8, motion, appointment of members to the House Business Committee.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me, Honorable Speaker, to also take this opportunity to first say Happy New Year to all members and to welcome them back to the House in this good year 2024. Honorable Speaker, as you indicated, I do pray that the House will be quiet the way it was this afternoon as we began. Honorable Speaker, you noted even the Honorable Junet today was right on time, unlike last year, and I want to believe that this year he will be a changed man. Honorable Speaker, also allow me as Chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission to congratulate you for the good work that you have done around the precincts of Parliament, right from the gate, Honorable Speaker. As we drove in today, you can't fail to notice the changes that are there. Honorable Speaker, even as you walk into this chamber, previously, Honorable Speaker, and you know your skin complexion is not very dark, we would struggle to see you. But now we can clearly see you. The lighting above your seat is quite impressive. And so is the lighting also in the chamber, Honorable Speaker. And I also did notice at times you have had to struggle to be heard because of the height of the microphone on your desk, and now it's quite audible from where you stand. Honorable Speaker, congratulations, and I hope that the clerk's office and that of the clerk in the Senate, as the Secretary of the Commission, will endeavor to maintain these standards so that even as these facilities age, repairs and maintenance are done occasionally when the House is not sitting. Honorable Speaker, I then beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 171, 1F, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the House Business Committee in addition to those specified under paragraph A, B, C, D, and E. 1, the Honorable Omboko Milemba, CBS MP. 2, the Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS MP. 3, the Honorable Faith Wairimo Getao, MP. 4, the Honorable Samuel K. Chepkonga, CBS MP. 5, the Honorable Adan Welie Kainan, CBS MP. 6, the Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, MP. Sorry, the Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, MP. 7, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Korere, MP. 8, the Honorable Joshua Mbithi Mwalio, MP. 9, the Honorable Umul Kher Kasim Sheikh, MP. Honorable Speaker, these 9 members shall be nominated. It's required, Honorable Speaker, that these 9 members, in addition to those that are already provided for under our standing orders by virtue of the offices they hold, these 9 will be nominated by political parties and approved by the House at the commencement, Honorable Speaker, as you indicated, of every session, and this being the beginning of a new session, we are then bound to approve these members. Honorable Speaker, members will note that the membership of the committee has remained as it were in the last session. As Honorable Speaker, we thought as the House leadership that this will ensure there is some institutional memory of the committee and its operations as we begin this new year. Honorable Speaker, I therefore urge the House to approve these members so as to kickstart the very important business schedule for this part of the third session and the overall fulfillment of our constitutional mandate as the people's representatives. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move, and I want to ask my counterpart and good friend, the Honorable Pio Wandai, the leader of Minority Party, to second the motion for approval. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Good friend, the floor is for you.
The Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. As I second the motion, let me also take this opportunity to welcome fellow members back to the House after a fairly long recess. It's a recess that has enabled us to interact with our constituents and Kenyans in general. Honorable Speaker, this past recess has enabled me to visit, I think, your constituency. I was able to be hosted by Honorable Tim Wanyonyi in Kandui constituency, and that, I'm sure, is an indication that perhaps next time I come, I could be hosted by yourself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this recess...
You are most welcome.
This recess has also given us an opportunity to actually know ourselves better and to know our colleagues. I must acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that during this recess, the Honorable Wanami Wamboka, member for Bomula, struck me as a very, very fearless defender of the people. He's a man to watch, not only in Bungoma, but the entire nation. So I must congratulate Honorable Wanami for remaining steadfast. Let me say this, that really we need to approve this list. Approve the list of nominees to the House Business Committee, if only to embark on business in earnest, especially the business of the NGCDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard your counsel, I heard your advice, Honorable Junet, a while back. And if I'm to take cue from what you said, let me say this, that the matter of NGCDF and NGAF is so serious that I don't think it can be wished away. And let me just give notice. Mr. Speaker, like you and Honorable Ichungwa, these members are our electors. Our constituency is here. But the mood I sense, the mood which is prevailing currently, is such that even if we pass this motion, the first business after the passage of this motion, and not tomorrow morning, because tomorrow morning ordinarily is not so much work, but tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow at 2:30 p.m., if we wouldn't have been told that monies have been disbursed to the NGCDF committee accounts in the constituencies, and in the absence of satisfactory explanation, I think it will be fair that we pend business from that time tomorrow, and pend it totally, until such a time that we shall be convinced. And the Honorable Chair is looking at me, Honorable Sirma, Mr. Sirma, please, let's not get there. Let's not get there. The National Treasury has got time between now and tomorrow 2:30 p.m. to remit NGCDF and NGAF monies to their respective accounts, so that tomorrow when we come here and such remittances are not confirmed, then the law of nature should take its course. Otherwise, with all those preliminary remarks, I second. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 171(1)F, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the House Business Committee, in addition to those specified under paragraphs A, B, C, D, and E. The Honorable Mboko Mlemba, CBS MP, the Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS MP, the Honorable Faith Wairimu Gitau, MP, the Honorable Samuel K. Chepkonga, CBS MP, the Honorable Adan Wahilie Keinan, CBS MP, the Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Correra MP, the Honorable Joshua Mbidi Mwali MP, and the Honorable Umul Khair Kasim Sheikh MP. Can we put the question? I now put the question, honorable members, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 171-1F, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the House Business Committee, in addition to those specified under paragraphs A, B, C, D, and E. The Honorable Mboko Milemba, CBS MP, the Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS MP, Honorable Okello. When the Speaker is communicating, you are duty-bound to remain silent. You are now causing even more problems. The Honorable Faith Wairimu Gitau MP, the Honorable Samuel K. Chepkonga, CBS MP, the Honorable Adan Wahilie Kainan, CBS MP, the Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang MP, the Honorable Sarah Paulata Correra MP, the Honorable Joshua Mbithi Mwali MP, and the Honorable Umul Khair Kasim Sheikh MP. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, you may now be upstanding. It's the end of our business today. All the members who have been approved by the House as members of the House Business Committee, you meet in committee room number 9 in the next 10 minutes to program business for the House. Honorable members, we now stand adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 14th February 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Good morning to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate. Today being Thursday, December 7th, the year is 2023. A morning sitting of the Senate this morning ahead of the commencement of a recess for the long holidays later today. And to just take you through the highlights in the order of business this morning is that senators will be resuming debate on the T Amendment Bill. This is Senate Bills number 1 of the year 2023 by Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei. The debate on this bill was interrupted on Thursday, 30th of November 2023. And senators are set to resume debate on it as well as consider various amendments proposed in the bill. The Committee of the Whole will be considering a couple of bills.